This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get cold sweats thinking about what happened to me last summer. I've never told anyone about this because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm what you'd call an experienced driver. I've driven cross-country multiple times, handled mountain passes in snowstorms, and navigated through the worst traffic cities like LA and NYC can throw at you. Nothing ever rattled me behind the wheel. At least not until that night on Highway 87. I was heading from Dallas to Arizona for a week-long hiking trip with some friends who were already there. I'd gotten a late start due to work commitments, and by evening I was running about 5 hours behind schedule. I decided to drive through the night to make up time. I'd done plenty of night driving before, and I was well stocked with energy drinks and podcasts. The first few hours went smoothly. Traffic thinned out as I got further from Dallas, and soon I was cruising down the highway with just the occasional truck or car passing by. Around 11:30, I stopped at a small gas station to fuel up, grab some snacks, and use the bathroom. The attendant was a bored-looking guy in his 20s who barely looked up from his phone when I paid. I remember asking him how the road ahead was. "Empty," he said with a shrug. "Not much between here and San Angelo except darkness." I nodded, thinking nothing of it. I'd driven plenty of empty roads before. By midnight, I was on one of the most isolated stretches of Highway 87, somewhere between La Mesa and Big Spring. The road stretched out ahead of me, 2 lanes of black asphalt cutting through the Texas wilderness. My headlights were the only illumination for miles, aside from the incredible canopy of stars above. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but scrubland and the occasional twisted tree silhouette. I was listening to a true crime podcast, trying to stay alert, when I first noticed something odd. Taillights appeared ahead of me, maybe a quarter-mile away. I hadn't seen any headlights pass me, and the road had been empty for at least 20 minutes. It was as if a car had just materialized on the road. I didn't think too much of it at first. Maybe they'd pulled onto the highway from some dirt road I hadn't noticed. I eased off the gas a bit, not wanting to catch up too quickly in case they were driving slower than my 70 miles per hour. After a few minutes, I realized something wasn't right. Despite adjusting my speed, speeding up, slowing down, the taillights remained exactly the same distance ahead of me. Exactly the same. When I sped up to 80, they seemed to speed up too. When I slowed to 60, they slowed perfectly in sync. The distance never changed. "What the hell?" I muttered, squinting ahead. The taillights looked normal enough, 2 red dots in the darkness, but something about them felt off. They seemed to hover slightly higher than they should for a normal car. I decided to try an experiment. I hit the gas hard, pushing my speed up to 90. The taillights accelerated too, maintaining that perfect, unchanging distance. My heart started beating faster. This wasn't normal. No driver could maintain such a precise distance without cruise control, and even then, the gap would naturally vary at least a little. Then, they vanished. Just like that. 1 second they were there, the next they were gone. No gradual disappearance around a bend, no pull-off onto a side road. They simply blinked out of existence. I felt a wave of relief mixed with confusion. Maybe I'd imagined it. I was tired after all, though not exhausted. I turned up the volume on my podcast and focused on the road ahead, trying to shake off the weird feeling settling in my stomach. For about 15 minutes, I drove in solitude, the highway empty again. Then, with no warning, the taillights reappeared in the exact same position as before, the same distance ahead. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "This isn't happening," I said aloud, my voice sounding thin and scared in the confines of my car. I decided to catch up to whatever was ahead of me. I floored it, pushing my car well over 100 miles per hour. For the first time, the gap began to close. As I got closer, something happened that made my blood run cold. The taillights shifted, not like a car changing lanes, but in a way that defied physics. They moved laterally, sliding off the road entirely, now hovering about 6 feet above the scrubland beside the highway. I instinctively hit the brakes, slowing dramatically as I passed the spot where the lights now hovered. I turned my head to look, and there they were, 2 red lights, floating about 6 feet off the ground with absolutely nothing supporting them. No car, no structure, nothing. Just lights suspended in the darkness. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. This couldn't be real. I must be hallucinating from fatigue. I focused back on the road ahead, which was now empty, and tried to calm my racing heart. I considered pulling over, but the thought of stopping on this deserted stretch with those things nearby was too terrifying to contemplate. I maintained a steady 70 miles per hour, constantly checking my mirrors. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. I started to breathe easier, convincing myself it had been some sort of strange mirage or trick of light. Then I checked my rearview mirror and nearly drove off the road. Headlights, behind me, approaching at impossible speed. These weren't the red taillights I'd seen before. These were blindingly bright white headlights, and they were closing the distance between us at what must have been well over 200 miles per hour. I had maybe seconds before whatever it was would be on top of me. I swerved into the oncoming lane, which was empty, thankfully, and then onto the shoulder, braking hard. I expected the lights to shoot past me on the highway, but they adjusted their trajectory, still heading straight for me. The headlights grew brighter and brighter until they were all I could see, filling my mirrors and side windows with brilliant white light. I threw my arms up to shield my eyes, certain I was about to be hit by something moving at impossible speed, but the impact never came. Instead, the light vanished, not gradually, like something passing by, but instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch. One moment I was surrounded by blinding light. The next I was sitting in my car on the shoulder of a completely dark and empty highway. The silence was absolute. Even my podcast had stopped playing, though I don't remember turning it off. My hands were frozen to the steering wheel, and I was gasping for breath like I'd just run a marathon. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to process what had just happened. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to put the car back in drive and ease back onto the highway. I drove well below the speed limit, constantly scanning my mirrors and the road ahead for any sign of those lights. My mind raced through explanations, hallucinations, secret military testing, ball lightning, aliens, but nothing made sense. I passed a sign for a small town about 30 miles ahead, and I fixated on reaching it. I needed to be somewhere with people, with streetlights, with reality. For the rest of the drive, I kept seeing things in my peripheral vision, flickers of light that disappeared when I turned to look. Twice, I thought I saw the taillights reappear far ahead, but they vanished when I blinked. The worst part was when my headlights illuminated a patch of scrubland beside the road, and for a split second, I thought I saw something moving. Something not animal, not human, just a dark shape that seemed to absorb the light around it. By the time dawn began to lighten the sky, I was a wreck. I finally reached that small town I'd seen on the sign. I don't even remember its name now, and pulled into a gas station parking lot. I was trembling so badly I could barely turn off the ignition. I just sat there, watching the sunrise, feeling like I'd escaped something terrible. I ended up calling my friends in Arizona and making up a story about car trouble. I couldn't continue the drive that day. I got a motel room and slept for 14 hours straight. I did eventually complete my trip to Arizona, taking a completely different route. The hiking trip was fine, but my friends commented that I seemed jumpy and distracted the whole time. That was 3 months ago. I still haven't told anyone what happened. I've looked online for similar experiences on that stretch of Highway 87, but found nothing conclusive. I've wondered if I was simply exhausted and my mind was playing tricks on me. But I've driven tired before and never experienced anything remotely like that. Whatever happened that night changed me. I don't drive after dark anymore if I can help it. When I have to, I stick to well-lit, busy roads, and I always check my rearview mirror more than necessary. I'll never take Highway 87 again. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I see those lights behind my eyelids, taillights ahead, headlights behind, and I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like I'm being watched. The rational part of me says there's a logical explanation, but deep down, I know what I saw that night wasn't natural. There's something out there on that lonely stretch of highway, something that defies explanation. And sometimes I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it found me that night, and now it knows me. Story 2. I've been driving 18-wheelers for 11 years now, seen just about everything you can imagine on America's highways. Elk collisions, crazy drivers, even a tornado once in Oklahoma that lifted a car right in front of me. But what happened to me in Devil's Pass back in 2010 still keeps me up at night sometimes. For those who don't know, Devil's Pass is this stretch of mountain road cutting through the Sierra Nevadas. It's not the official name. You won't find it on any map, but every trucker knows it. Most avoid it if they can, especially in winter. I always thought the stories were bullshit, just old-timers trying to scare the new guys with tales about trucks disappearing and people going missing. Ghost stories to keep you awake during those long hauls. I was hauling some machinery parts to Reno that January. My dispatcher called me around noon saying my usual route was closed due to an accident, and I needed to detour through the pass to make my delivery on time. The weather forecast showed snow, but nothing major. I figured I'd be through before it got bad. I remember pulling into this little gas station at the base of the mountain to fuel up. The old guy at the counter looked at me funny when I mentioned where I was headed. "Storm's coming in faster than they said," he told me, handing back my credit card. "Maybe wait it out here." But I had a deadline, and honestly, I was one of those cocky drivers who thought I could handle anything. 11 years on the road, 6 of those in places like Montana and Colorado. Snow didn't scare me. The first hour was fine. Light snow, good visibility. I had my thermos of coffee, country music playing low on the radio. The road started climbing, winding tighter as I got higher into the mountains. Those guardrails looked pretty flimsy considering the drop-offs beyond them. Some places you could see straight down a couple thousand feet. Around 4 in the afternoon, the snow picked up. Not gradually either. It was like someone flipped a switch. 1 minute I could see fine, the next I was in a whiteout. I slowed way down, maybe 20 miles an hour, high beams cutting through the curtains of white. That's when things started getting weird. First, my radio started acting up. The country station I'd been listening to faded to static. I tried finding another station, but there was nothing but crackling noise. Even my CB radio was dead, just static. Then my GPS flickered and went black. Cell phone showed no service. Just like that, I was completely cut off. The silence in that cab was heavy. You know how sound gets muffled during a snowstorm? It was like that, but worse. Like the mountain itself was swallowing every noise. All I could hear was the hum of my engine and the chains on my tires. I'd been crawling through the pass for maybe 30 minutes when I saw something by the roadside that made my blood run cold. There was a man standing in the snow, just at the edge of my headlight's reach. He was wearing a dark coat and this wide-brimmed hat, old-fashioned looking. He was facing away from the road, staring into the forest. I slowed down even more. It made no sense for anyone to be out there in that weather, miles from anywhere. I rolled down my window, feeling the icy air rush in. "Hey," I called out, "you need help?" Nothing. He didn't move, didn't turn, just kept staring into those trees like he was seeing something I couldn't. The hairs on my neck stood up. Every instinct told me to keep driving, so that's what I did. I rolled up my window and pressed on, checking my mirrors until his figure disappeared in the snow behind me. The storm was getting worse, visibility down to maybe 15 feet in front of me. I was gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles hurt, leaning forward like those extra few inches would help me see better. That's when my radio suddenly came back to life. It wasn't music though, just a voice, distorted and broken up with static. "Turn back," it said, just those two words over and over. "Turn back, turn back." I reached over and turned the knob, trying to shut it off. The voice kept going. I hit the power button. Still there. Finally, I yanked the whole damn thing out of its socket. The cab went silent again, but I swear I could still hear that voice echoing in my head. My hands were shaking now. I told myself it was just the cold, just the stress of driving in these conditions. But deep down, I knew something was very wrong on that mountain. According to my odometer, I was about 10 miles from the end of the pass when I saw him again. The same man in the dark coat and hat, only this time he wasn't by the roadside. He was standing right in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, feeling the trailer start to jackknife behind me. The truck slid sideways, and for a terrifying second, I thought I was going over the edge. Somehow, I managed to straighten out, coming to a stop maybe 15 feet from where he stood. He was facing me this time, and what I saw, I still have nightmares about it. It wasn't a face, not really. It was like pale, translucent skin stretched over a skull, but with nothing underneath. The eye sockets were empty and dark, and his mouth was frozen in this silent scream. I could see snowflakes passing through him, like he wasn't fully there. I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed. Pure terror just ripped it out of me. I threw the truck into gear and floored it, swerving around him. As I passed, the temperature in the cab dropped so low, my breath came out in clouds. The windshield frosted over completely, and I had to drive blind for a few seconds until the defrosters caught up. When I could see again, I checked my mirrors. The road behind me was empty. I drove like a madman after that. Way too fast for the conditions, but I didn't care. I just needed to get off that mountain. The snow was coming down so hard it was like driving through a white wall. Twice I felt the truck start to slide toward the edge, and twice I somehow managed to pull it back. I don't remember much of the rest of the drive through the pass. It's like my brain has blocked it out. I do remember the relief I felt when the road finally started descending, when the snow began to thin, and I could see the lights of civilization below. I pulled into the first truck stop I found outside Reno. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely put the truck in park. I just sat there for a while, trying to process what had happened, trying to come up with some explanation that made sense. There were a few other truckers in the diner. I must have looked like hell when I walked in because one of them, this older guy with a gray beard, took one look at me and said, "You came through the pass, didn't you?" I nodded, not trusting my voice yet. He pushed a cup of coffee toward me. "What did you see?" he asked quietly. I told them, all of it. The man in the hat, the radio, how he appeared in the middle of the road, how he didn't have a real face. None of them laughed. None of them called me crazy. They just exchanged these knowing looks. "They say the pass is cursed," the older trucker told me. "Like there's a thin spot there between our world and somewhere else. Somewhere the dead get stuck. Not heaven, not hell, just in between." Another driver nodded. "My cousin swears he saw a woman in a white dress up there in '98. Followed his truck for miles. Said she was floating above the road." "I heard it used to be an old mining route," someone else added. "Lot of people died there. Accidents, cave-ins, blizzards like tonight." I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that faceless man. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was just exhaustion and the storm playing tricks on me. Almost convinced myself anyway. I delivered my cargo and took a different route home, adding 6 hours to my journey. Since then, I've turned down every job that would take me through Devil's Pass. Lost good money over it too, but I don't care. Some places you don't go back to. It's been more than a decade now. I've never told this story outside of trucker circles. People think we're just superstitious, that we make up these stories to keep ourselves awake on long hauls. Maybe that's what I saw, just my tired brain conjuring fears from all those trucker tales I'd heard. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt in that cab when the temperature dropped. And sometimes when I'm driving at night and the snow starts falling heavy, I find myself checking my mirrors more often, looking for a figure in a dark coat and wide-brimmed hat, wondering if somehow, impossibly, he found his way off that mountain. I still drive trucks, still love the open road, but there are some highways that harbor secrets, some roads where the boundary between worlds grows thin. And Devil's Pass is one of them. If your GPS ever tries routing you that way on a snowy night, take my advice. Find another road. Some entities should remain undisturbed, and some warnings should be heeded. I don't know what would have happened if I had stopped for him that night, and I never want to find out. Story 3. I still don't know how to explain what happened on that cruise. It's been 3 months since we got back, and I haven't slept properly since. I keep waking up in cold sweats, hearing those whispers. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can help me make sense of it. My girlfriend Melanie had been bugging me for months to take a vacation. I'd been killing myself at the law firm, working 80-hour weeks trying to make partner. When the opportunity came up to book a cabin on the maiden voyage of the MS Valhalla, this massive new cruise liner that was all over the news, I figured it would be the perfect way to decompress. The Valhalla was incredible when we first boarded. 20 decks, 5 swimming pools, a shopping mall, theaters, everything you could imagine. Our cabin was on deck 12 with a private balcony. The whole ship had this sleek, ultra-modern design with all these touch-screen panels everywhere. They bragged about having some revolutionary new propulsion system that made it more efficient than any other cruise ship on the water. The first day was amazing. We lounged by the pool, had drinks, enjoyed a fancy dinner. I actually started to relax for the first time in months. Melanie was happy. I was happy. Everything was perfect. Then came the second night. We were getting ready for bed around 11:30 when the entire ship shuddered. It wasn't violent, just this weird vibration that ran through everything, like someone had plucked a giant guitar string. Then the lights flickered off for maybe 5 seconds before coming back on. The TV reset itself, and the air conditioning made this weird whining noise before settling back to normal. "What was that?" Melanie asked. I shrugged it off. "Probably just some engine thing. It's a new ship. They're probably still working out the kinks." An announcement came over the PA system about a minor technical adjustment and apologized for any inconvenience. I didn't think much of it, and we went to sleep. The next morning at breakfast, though, people were talking. This older couple at the table next to us mentioned something about a missing passenger. According to them, some guy from Deck 15 hadn't returned to his cabin, and his wife was freaking out. Security was supposedly searching the ship. I figured he probably got drunk and passed out somewhere, or maybe was having an affair. It's a huge ship with thousands of people. Someone going missing for a few hours didn't seem that weird. After breakfast, Melanie wanted to check out the spa, so I decided to explore the ship on my own. That's when I noticed something odd on Deck 14. There was this section of hallway cordoned off with those velvet ropes they use in theaters and a crew member standing nearby. "What's going on there?" I asked him. "Just some maintenance work, sir," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Nothing to worry about." But as I was walking away, I overheard another crew member whispering to someone that it was where they'd last seen the missing passenger on the security cameras. That caught my attention. I tried to casually hang around to hear more, but they noticed me and stopped talking. Throughout the day, things felt off. Crew members were huddled in corners having intense conversations that would stop when passengers approached. The captain made an announcement that one of the dining rooms would be closed that evening due to technical issues, which seemed weird for a brand new ship. That night, Melanie fell asleep early. The sun and drinks had worn her out. I couldn't sleep, though. My mind kept going back to that cordoned-off section. Around 1 in the morning, I decided to check it out again. I told myself I was just being a nosy lawyer, but honestly, I was genuinely curious. The hallways were mostly empty at that hour. When I got to Deck 14, I was surprised to find the velvet rope still there, but no crew member standing guard. I looked around, nobody in sight. Something inside me said to turn around and go back to bed, but I ignored it. I stepped over the rope and walked down the hallway. It led to a door marked "Crew Only" that was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and found myself in another corridor, narrower than the passenger hallways. The temperature dropped noticeably, like walking into a refrigerator. The air felt heavy, almost dense. The lights were dimmer here, giving everything a bluish tint. The corridor stretched ahead maybe 30 feet before ending at another door. As I walked toward it, I noticed the floor felt strange under my feet, almost like it was slightly vibrating. The walls seemed to be sweating, with condensation beading up on the metal surfaces. When I reached the end of the corridor, I saw a woman standing there. She wore a crew uniform but looked wrong somehow. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent, and her eyes seemed vacant. She didn't look at me directly, more like through me. "You shouldn't be here," she said. Her voice sounded hollow, like it was coming from somewhere else. "I'm sorry, I got lost," I lied. "What's behind that door?" She didn't answer my question. "Everyone gets lost eventually," she said, with this weird half-smile. "But not everyone finds their way back." I should have left right then. Everything about this was screaming at me to turn around. But instead, I reached for the door handle next to her. She didn't try to stop me. The door opened with no resistance, no sound. What I saw inside defies explanation. It was a massive open space, far larger than could possibly fit inside the ship. It was like looking into a vast, dark void. There was no floor, no ceiling, no walls that I could see, just darkness stretching in every direction. But it wasn't empty. Suspended in the center of this impossible space was a person, the missing passenger, I assumed. He was floating about 20 feet away from the doorway, completely motionless. His eyes were open but unblinking. He wasn't moving, not even to breathe, just hanging there in the emptiness like a puppet. And there were whispers, countless whispers in languages I didn't recognize, coming from everywhere and nowhere. They overlapped and echoed, sometimes synchronizing into what almost sounded like a single voice. I couldn't understand the words, but I could feel their meaning seeping into my mind. "You should not have come here." The door suddenly slammed shut behind me. I spun around and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't turn. Panic set in as I realized I was trapped in this impossible space. The whispers grew louder, and I felt a pressure building in my head, like something was trying to get in. I pounded on the door, screaming for help. The floating man started to turn slowly toward me, his movements jerky and unnatural. His mouth opened wider than humanly possible, revealing darkness instead of a throat. Just when I thought I was going to lose my mind, the door opened. The pale crew woman stood there, her expression still blank. "You need to leave now," she said. "It's not your time yet." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted past her and ran down the corridor, not looking back. The hallway seemed longer than before, stretching out impossibly. My lungs burned as I ran, the cold air stabbing my chest with each breath. When I finally made it back to the passenger area, I collapsed against a wall, gasping. A security officer spotted me and asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about not feeling well and needing air. He seemed suspicious, but let me go. I made it back to our cabin somehow and crawled into bed beside Melanie, who was still sound asleep. I lay there shaking until morning, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was just some kind of hallucination or dream. At breakfast the next day, the rumors had multiplied. Now 3 passengers were missing. The crew was visibly on edge, and there were security personnel everywhere. The captain made an announcement about unfortunate incidents and assured everyone that the situation was under control. I couldn't bring myself to tell Melanie what I'd seen. She'd either think I was crazy or get scared, and I didn't want to ruin her vacation. But I made up my mind that we needed to get off this ship at the first port of call, which was supposed to be the next day. That afternoon, I overheard a crew member telling someone that we were changing course due to weather concerns and would be delaying our port stop. When I checked our location on the app they had for the ship, I realized with growing horror that we were heading farther out into the Caribbean, away from the usual shipping lanes. That night, I couldn't sleep again. The ship seemed quieter than it should be. The constant hum of the engines that had been our background noise since boarding had changed to a pulsing rhythm that made my teeth ache. Around 2 in the morning, the ship shuddered again, stronger this time. The lights went out completely for almost a minute. When they came back on, I decided to check on things. I told Melanie I was just going to get some ice, and I headed out. The hallways were deserted except for security personnel, who seemed to be herding people back to their cabins. I pretended to be confused and heading back to my room, but took a detour toward the upper deck. What I saw there still haunts me. A group of crew members, including the pale woman I'd seen before, were gathering passengers who seemed to be sleepwalking. Their eyes were open but vacant, just like the floating man in the void. The crew was leading them toward the restricted section of Deck 14. I ducked behind a service cart when one of them looked my way. The pale woman stopped and turned her head slowly in my direction. For a moment, I was certain she'd seen me. She stared right at my hiding spot and whispered something I couldn't hear. Then she continued leading the sleepwalking passengers away. I rushed back to our cabin and found Melanie sitting up in bed, her eyes wide open but empty. She was whispering something in a language I'd never heard her speak. "Mel?" I grabbed her shoulders. "Melanie, wake up!" She didn't respond at first. I shook her harder, and finally she blinked and focused on me. "What? Why are you shaking me?" she asked, confused. "You were having a nightmare or something," I said, not wanting to frighten her. She rubbed her temples. "I had the strangest dream. I was floating in this dark place and there were voices calling me. They said the ship needed us." My blood ran cold. "Needed you for what?" "To feed it," she said, then looked confused. "That doesn't make sense, does it? It was just a weird dream." I made her promise to stay in the cabin with the door locked while I went to find help. I didn't tell her what I'd seen, just that I thought something strange was happening on the ship. She thought I was overreacting but agreed to stay put. I went to find the security office, thinking I'd report what I'd seen. But when I got there, the door was open and the room was empty. The monitors showing the ship's security feeds were still running, but there was no one watching them. On one of the screens, I could see more passengers being led toward Deck 14 by crew members with those same vacant expressions. Another screen showed the engine room, where engineers were doing something to the massive machinery that powered the ship. They seemed to be connecting pipes or cables from the engine directly into the walls. I heard footsteps in the hallway and ducked under a desk. Through the open door, I saw more crew members walking past, including the captain. His eyes had that same empty look. I stayed hidden until they passed, then slipped out and headed back toward our cabin. The ship shuddered again, harder than before, and I had to grab the wall to keep from falling. The lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness, I felt something brush against me in the hallway, something cold and slick that left moisture on my arm. When the lights came back, there was nothing there, but my arm was covered in a clear, viscous fluid that smelled like seawater and something else I couldn't identify. I made it back to our cabin and found Melanie still there, thankfully. I told her we needed to find a lifeboat or something and get off the ship. She thought I was having some kind of breakdown, but I was so insistent that she finally agreed to come with me. We tried to make our way to the lifeboat deck, but every stairwell and elevator we approached was either locked down or guarded by crew members. We ended up hiding in a storage closet when security started sweeping the hallways. That's when the final shudder hit. It wasn't like the others. This was violent, like the ship had hit something massive. We were thrown against the wall as the ship listed sharply to one side. Emergency alarms started blaring, and the PA system began issuing evacuation orders. In the chaos that followed, we managed to make our way to the boat deck. Passengers were panicking, crew members were trying to maintain order, but it was clear something catastrophic had happened. As we waited to board a lifeboat, I caught a glimpse of the pale crew woman standing at a doorway leading back into the ship. She was staring directly at me. She raised her hand and pointed at me, then at the ocean around us. I could have sworn her mouth formed the words, "It's in the water now." Before I could process what that meant, we were ushered into a lifeboat and lowered into the sea. As we pulled away from the Valhalla, I watched in horror as the massive ship began to sink, much faster than should have been possible. It didn't break apart or capsize, It just descended straight down into the water, as if being pulled from below. The Coast Guard rescued us a few hours later. The official story is that the Valhalla suffered a catastrophic hull breach due to a design flaw. They've recovered most of the passengers and crew, but 47 people are still unaccounted for. Nobody believes me when I try to explain what really happened. The few times I've tried, people look at me like I'm traumatized or attention-seeking. Maybe I am traumatized, but I know what I saw. The thing that terrifies me most isn't what happened on the ship. It's what the pale woman said at the end. It's in the water now. Whatever was inside that impossible void on the Valhalla is out there in the ocean. And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I can still hear those whispers calling. Story 4. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I keep seeing those shadows every time I close my eyes. I've tried talking to the police, but they just look at me like I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But I know what I saw in that house, and I need to write it down before I forget any details, or before they come for me too. My name is Sarah. I'm a film student at Westridge University, and this whole mess started because of a stupid documentary project. Our professor assigned us to create something compelling and original about local history. My group, Jake, Emily, David, and me, we wanted to do something that would stand out. Jake suggested we explore Hollow Creek Manor, this abandoned Victorian mansion in the Blue Ridge Mountains about 40 minutes from campus. Everyone in Elmswood knows about the Harrington family and how they disappeared in '73. It's like the town's creepy claim to fame. Nobody goes up there anymore. There are all these stories about how the family vanished during a storm. Mom, dad, 3 kids, even the housekeeper, all gone without a trace. The official explanation was that they fled in the night because of financial troubles, but nobody really believes that. Not when they left everything behind. I was hesitant at first. Trespassing isn't exactly my thing, but Jake was so enthusiastic. He's always been into that urban explorer stuff, and Emily thought it would make for amazing footage for her portfolio. David just went along with whatever Emily wanted. And me? I figured it would be better than doing another boring documentary about the town's founding or whatever. We drove up there last Saturday morning. The weather was perfect, sunny, not too cold for October. We packed our equipment, some snacks, flashlights, the works. The drive up the mountain took longer than expected because the road was overgrown and we had to park about half a mile from the actual property. The manor was impressive, I guess. 3 stories of weathered Victorian architecture surrounded by dead gardens and this rusty wrought iron fence. The gate wasn't locked. It just swung open with this awful creaking sound when Jake pushed it. I remember feeling this immediate sense of dread, like we were being invited in by something that had been waiting for us. "This is perfect," Jake kept saying as he filmed the exterior. "Look at those gargoyles on the roofline. This place is a gold mine." Emily was photographing everything, getting excited about the composition. David was setting up our audio equipment, trying to capture the ambiance or whatever. I just stood there, staring at the house. Something felt off about it. The windows were intact, which seemed strange for a place abandoned for nearly 50 years. No graffiti either. It was like the town had collectively agreed to leave it alone. Getting inside was surprisingly easy. The front door was unlocked. It opened into this massive foyer with a grand staircase and a chandelier that somehow still hung from the ceiling, covered in cobwebs but otherwise intact. The weird thing was the dust. There was some, yeah, but not 50 years worth. It was like someone had been maintaining the place, but not well enough to make it look lived in. "Guys, check this out," David called from what turned out to be the dining room. We all went in and froze. The table was set for dinner. 6 places with fine china, silverware, crystal glasses, everything perfectly arranged like they were expecting guests any minute. There was even a dried-up centerpiece of what might have been flowers. "This is beyond creepy," Emily whispered, snapping photos. "It's staged, right?" I asked, looking at Jake. "Like for tours or something?" He shook his head. "The property's been sealed off for decades. No one gives tours here." We continued exploring the first floor. A parlor with furniture draped in sheets, a study with books still on the shelves, papers still on the desk, a kitchen with ancient appliances and cabinets still stocked with canned goods. Everything was just waiting, like the family had stepped out for a minute and would return at any moment. That's when I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was never anyone there. Just empty doorways and shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" I asked. "It's just the creepy house vibes," David said, adjusting his audio levels. "Old houses settle and make weird noises." But it wasn't just noises. It was a presence. Something in that house knew we were there. We moved upstairs after about an hour of filming the first floor. The bedrooms were all perfectly preserved, clothes in the closets, personal items on the dressers. The children's rooms were the worst, toys scattered around like they'd been abandoned mid-play. Jake was loving every second, narrating his footage about the mysterious disappearance. "What made the Harrington family flee in the middle of the night, leaving everything behind?" he said dramatically to the camera. "Was it financial ruin, as the official story claims, or something more sinister?" I wandered away from the group, drawn to the master bedroom at the end of the hall. The door was partially open, and unlike the other rooms, this one felt colder, much colder. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. It was a large room with a 4-poster bed, vanity table, and sitting area. On the nightstand was a small leather-bound book. I picked it up and realized it was Margaret Harrington's diary. The last entry was dated October 27th, 1973, the day before the family disappeared. I started reading, and my blood ran cold. For weeks before they vanished, Margaret had been writing about strange occurrences in the house, voices in empty rooms, objects moving on their own, shadows that seemed to have minds of their own. Her handwriting became more frantic with each entry, the words sometimes scrawled across the page in a panic. The final entry simply read, "They're in the walls now. They're coming for us. God help us all." I was so absorbed in reading that I didn't notice how much colder the room had gotten until I could see my breath. That's when I realized the sun had set. We'd been in the house for hours, and somehow none of us had noticed. "Guys," I called out, clutching the diary. "I think we should leave, now." I heard footsteps in the hallway, and Jake appeared in the doorway with Emily and David behind him. "Check out what Sarah found," I heard Jake say as they entered the room. He took the diary from my hands and started flipping through it. "Oh man, this is gold. Actual documentation of paranormal experiences before they disappeared." "Jake, I'm serious," I said. "We need to go. It's getting dark," and that's when we heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The bedroom door slammed shut with such force that a picture fell off the wall and shattered. David ran to the door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," he shouted, pushing against it with his shoulder. "Very funny, guys," Emily said, though her voice was shaking. "Who's doing this?" None of us were. We all knew it, but no one wanted to say it. The temperature dropped even further. The windows frosted over in seconds. The lights, the actual electricity that shouldn't have been working in an abandoned house, flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. Emily fumbled with her camera and turned on the flash, taking pictures frantically. In the brief bursts of light, I could see them. Shadows peeling themselves off the walls, taking shape in the darkness. Not human shapes. Something wrong, distorted, like people who had been stretched and twisted. "What's happening?" David was screaming now, still throwing himself against the door. Jake had turned on his camera light, sweeping it around the room. The shadows retreated from the beam, but gathered just beyond its reach, growing thicker, more substantial. "The diary," I gasped, realizing. "We need to put it back. We disturbed something when we took it." Jake thrust the book toward the nightstand, but it was too late. The shadows had completely surrounded us now, forming a tightening circle. And then, in the corner of the room, something began to materialize. It was a woman, or what had once been a woman. Pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a tattered nightgown. Margaret Harrington, exactly as she appeared in the small photograph tucked into her diary. "Please," I begged. "We're sorry. We'll leave. We'll never come back." Her face twisted into something that might have been a smile, but it was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. She raised a skeletal hand and pointed at each of us in turn. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice like rustling paper. "No one ever leaves Hollow Creek." The walls seemed to be closing in. The shadows were touching us now, cold and solid, like hands made of ice. Emily's camera flashed one last time, capturing an image of the four of us screaming as the darkness closed in. What happened next is hard to explain. The shadows, they didn't just touch us. They went through us, into us. I felt something cold and ancient pour into my lungs, my veins behind my eyes. I could feel it searching through my memories, my thoughts, feeding on my fear. I heard David scream, then Emily. Jake was praying, actually praying, which scared me more than anything because Jake's never been religious. And then, suddenly, everything stopped. The door swung open. The shadows retreated. The ghost of Margaret Harrington vanished. The room was just a room again, dusty, abandoned, empty except for the four of us huddled together in terror. We ran. We didn't stop to gather our equipment. We just ran down the stairs, through the foyer, out the front door. The gate swung shut behind us with that same awful creak. By the time we reached the car, we were all gasping for breath, checking each other to make sure we were okay. Physically, we seemed fine. No marks, no injuries. But something was wrong. I could feel it. "We need to go back," Jake said suddenly. We all stared at him in shock. "Are you insane?" David shouted. "We almost died in there." "I left my main camera," Jake said, his voice oddly flat. "All the footage is on it. We need it for the project." "Screw the project," I said. "We're not going back there." But Jake was already walking back toward the house. Emily followed a moment later, then David. They moved like sleepwalkers, eyes vacant. I called after them, begged them to stop, but they didn't even look back. I ran to the car, grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. By the time I looked up again, they had disappeared through the gate. I waited in the car for hours, honking the horn, flashing the lights. They never came out. When the sun rose, I finally gathered the courage to walk back to the gate. It was locked now, actually locked with a heavy chain that hadn't been there before. Through the bars, I could see the house standing silent in the morning light. I drove to the police station in Elmswood, told them everything. They sent officers to the house, but all they found was Emily's camera lying in the foyer. The photos showed nothing but empty rooms, no evidence of Jake, Emily, or David. No diary. No place settings in the dining room. Just an abandoned house. The official report says they're missing persons. The unofficial word around town is that they ran off, just like the Harringtons did. But I know the truth. I see them sometimes, in my dreams, standing at the windows of Hollow Creek Manor, watching, waiting. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see shadows moving behind my reflection, and I wonder how much of me actually made it out of that house. I'm writing this as a warning. Stay away from Hollow Creek Manor. Whatever lives there, it's hungry. And I don't think it's finished with me yet. Story 5. I never believed in anything supernatural until we moved into that old farmhouse 6 months ago. My parents thought it would be this perfect fresh start after Dad got laid off from his engineering job in the city. Mom found this charming, her word not mine, place online for way less than it should have cost. Now I know why. I'm 17, and when we first pulled up to this ancient 2-story farmhouse with its peeling white paint and creaking porch, I was ready to hate everything about it. My little brother Tommy, who's 9, immediately ran off to explore the barn out back, while my parents went on about the character and history of the place. All I saw was no Wi-Fi, no friends, and being stuck in the middle of nowhere. The only silver lining was when Dad said I could pick any room I wanted. The master bedroom was on the first floor, weird old house layout, and Tommy had already claimed the blue room upstairs. I was about to settle for the other normal bedroom when I noticed a narrow door at the end of the hallway. It led to a steep staircase going up to the attic. The attic was huge, with slanted ceilings and these tiny round windows at either end. Despite the dust and cobwebs, I immediately felt like this could be my space, private and away from everyone else. There were some old boxes and furniture covered in sheets, pushed against the walls. My dad helped me clean it up, and we brought my bed and desk up there. That's when I found it. Behind some boxes in the corner was this ornate full-length mirror. The frame was dark wood, carved with these intricate symbols I'd never seen before. Not quite letters, not quite pictures, just strange markings that seemed to flow around the entire frame. The glass was slightly cloudy but intact. It was beautiful in a weird old way. "Can I keep this up here?" I asked my dad. He examined it, running his fingers over the carvings. "Probably belonged to the previous owners." "Sure, it's yours now." I positioned it in the corner where I could see it from my bed. That first night, I fell asleep watching the moonlight reflect off its surface. 3 weeks after we moved in, I noticed something off about the mirror. I was getting ready for bed, brushing my hair in front of it, when I felt like something was watching me. Not just my reflection, something else from behind the glass. I leaned closer, and for a split second, I swear the eyes in my reflection weren't mine. They looked hollow, empty. I jumped back and blinked, and everything seemed normal again. I tried to shake it off as just being tired. We'd been unpacking for weeks, and I was still adjusting to my new school where nobody talked to me. The next night, I woke up around 3 in the morning. The attic was freezing cold, which was weird because it was April and not that cold outside. As I pulled my blanket tighter, my eyes drifted to the mirror. In the dim light coming through the windows, I could see my room reflected, but it wasn't quite right. The reflection was darker, like the shadows were deeper there. And my reflection, it wasn't moving with me. It just stood there, staring back with those same hollow eyes. I screamed and my parents came running up. By the time they got there, the mirror looked normal again. Just me, terrified, pointing at my own reflection. "Sarah, it was just a bad dream," my mom said, stroking my hair. You're still adjusting to the new house." I wasn't dreaming. I was awake and I saw it, I insisted. But they exchanged that look parents give when they think you're being dramatic. That night, I had my first nightmare about the mirror. In the dream, my reflection stepped out of the glass, its skin pale and its hands ice cold as it reached for me. I woke up drenched in sweat. The next day after school, I covered the mirror with an old sheet I found in one of the storage boxes. My mom asked why when she came up to bring me clean laundry. "I just don't like it anymore," I said, not wanting to sound crazy by telling her the truth. "Whatever makes you comfortable, honey," she said, clearly not getting it. For a few days, things were better. I avoided looking at the covered mirror and tried to convince myself I'd imagined everything. Then, one night while I was doing homework at my desk, I heard a sound like fabric sliding on glass. When I turned around, the sheet had partially fallen off the mirror. I approached it slowly to fix the sheet. That's when I saw my reflection standing completely still while I was moving. It was just staring at me, one arm raised, pointing directly at me with a blank expression and those horrible hollow eyes. I ran downstairs in hysterics. My dad went up to check, but of course he found nothing unusual, just a mirror with a sheet half covering it. "Sarah, maybe we should talk to someone," my mom suggested carefully. "Moving can be stressful, and sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're anxious." "I'm not making this up," I shouted, but they clearly didn't believe me. They made me sleep in the spare bedroom that night. I could tell they thought I was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I was. But the next morning, I went back up to my attic room determined to prove I wasn't crazy. The mirror was fully uncovered now, the sheet in a heap on the floor. I approached it cautiously, watching my reflection do exactly what I did. Normal. Maybe my parents were right. That's when the whispering started. It was so faint I thought it was the wind at first, but then I realized it was coming from the direction of the mirror. I couldn't make out words exactly, just this continuous, urgent murmuring that made the hair on my arms stand up. Things escalated quickly after that. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. I'd put my phone on my desk, turn away, and find it on my bed. My hairbrush would be in a different place than where I left it. Small things I could almost convince myself I was misremembering. The worst part was the compulsion to look in the mirror. Despite being terrified of it, I kept finding myself standing in front of it without remembering how I got there. Like I'd be doing homework one minute, and the next I'd be staring into the glass, watching as my reflection's expressions didn't quite match mine. I tried covering it again, using duct tape this time to secure the sheet. When my parents saw that, they had a serious talk with me about anxiety and made an appointment with a therapist. "I'm not crazy," I told them. "There's something wrong with that mirror." "Mirrors don't do anything, Sarah," my dad said gently. "They just reflect what's in front of them." But this one didn't. Not always. One afternoon I came home from school to find Tommy in my room. He'd pulled the sheet off the mirror and was making faces at himself. "Tommy, get out of my room," I yelled, dropping my backpack. He stuck his tongue out at me. "Mom said I could play up here while she makes dinner." I stormed over to pull him away from the mirror, but froze when I saw his reflection. While Tommy was sticking his tongue out at me, his reflection was staring directly at him with that same hollow-eyed look I'd seen in mine. And as I watched, horrified, the reflection raised its arms and pressed its hands against the glass from the inside. "Tommy, get away from there," I screamed, lunging forward, but it was too late. His reflection's hands pushed through the glass, becoming solid on our side, gray and corpse-like. They grabbed Tommy's wrists. Tommy screamed as he was yanked forward, his face hitting the surface of the mirror. But instead of breaking, the glass seemed to ripple like water. His reflection was pulling him through. I grabbed him around the waist and pulled with all my strength. "Let go of my brother," I screamed at the mirror. For a moment, it was a tug of war, with Tommy halfway between our world and whatever was on the other side of that glass. Could see the terror in his eyes as he fought against those cold hands. With one final desperate pull, I yanked Tommy free. We fell backward onto the floor just as the mirror shattered with a deafening crash, glass flying everywhere. Tommy was sobbing in my arms, his wrists bruised with handprints. My parents came running up the stairs. They found us huddled on the floor, surrounded by broken glass, both of us hysterical. This time, they couldn't deny something had happened. The bruises on Tommy's wrists were in the distinct shape of hands. Long fingers wrapped all the way around his small arms. And when my mom tried to clean up the glass, she cut her finger on a piece that felt ice cold despite the warm room. We moved out the next week. My parents told everyone it was because of structural issues with the house, but I know the real reason. None of us could sleep there anymore, especially after Tommy started talking about the cold people he could see watching us from every reflective surface in the house. It's been 3 months since we left. We're in an apartment now, back in the city. Tommy seems okay. Kids are resilient, I guess. My parents never talk about what happened, but I've noticed my mom has removed most of the mirrors from our new place, keeping only the essential ones. As for me, I still can't look at my reflection without remembering those hollow eyes staring back at me. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see my reflection move a split second after I do. I cover all the mirrors in my room at night. I don't know what was in that mirror or what it wanted. Maybe it was trying to replace us with something else, something that looked like us but wasn't. All I know is that sometimes, when I look into a mirror too long, I get this feeling that the barrier between our world and whatever's on the other side is much thinner than we think. And sometimes, I swear my reflection is still watching me, waiting for another chance to get out. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened to me 2 nights ago. My hands are shaking as I type this, and I've barely slept since. I've been driving trucks for 23 years now, and I've seen some weird stuff on the road, but nothing like this. Nothing that's made me question my sanity or whether I should ever get behind the wheel again. I was doing my usual Dallas run, hauling industrial machinery from Sacramento across the Southwest. I'd been on the road for about 12 hours straight by the time I hit that stretch of desert highway in New Mexico. It was around 1:30 in the morning, pitch black except for my headlights cutting through the darkness. Route 66, one of those old stretches that feels forgotten by time. The radio had gone to static about an hour back, and I'd turned it off rather than listen to the white noise. I don't usually mind the quiet, but something felt off that night. I kept checking my mirrors, feeling like something was watching me from the darkness beyond my high beams. I blamed it on fatigue at first. You start seeing things when you've been driving too long. My eyelids were getting heavy. I was fighting to stay alert, slapping my face, rolling down the window to let the cold desert air hit me. I knew I needed to stop soon. My logbook would have allowed me another hour, but safety comes first, and I was definitely pushing my limits. That's when I saw the sign, just a small reflective green highway marker. Last chance gas and diner, 2 miles. I remember feeling this wave of relief wash over me. Coffee, maybe some eggs and toast, a chance to stretch my legs, exactly what I needed. When I pulled off the highway, the place looked run down but operational. There was this buzzing neon sign over the building, flickering weakly, casting this eerie reddish glow over the gravel lot. The sign read, "Last Chance," with the C flickering on and off. Below it was a smaller sign, "Gas, Food, Rest." The place had this 1970s vibe to it, like it hadn't been updated in decades. What struck me as odd right away was that there were no other vehicles, not a single car or truck. At a truck stop, even in the middle of the night, you'd expect to see at least a couple of rigs. The parking lot was completely empty except for my truck. I pulled up to the fuel pumps first, thinking I might as well fill up while I was there. The pumps looked ancient, not the modern digital ones with card readers, but the old mechanical type with rolling numbers. They were covered in a thin layer of dust, like they hadn't been used in a while. I tried to start the pump, but nothing happened. I checked a second pump with the same result. I figured I'd go inside first, pay for the gas, then fuel up. As I walked toward the diner portion of the building, I noticed how quiet everything was. No highway noise, no distant traffic, not even the sound of insects or wind. Just complete silence except for the low electrical hum from the neon sign. The diner windows were dark, but I could make out the shapes of booths and a counter inside. I tried the door, locked. I cupped my hands around my eyes and pressed my face to the glass to see better. The place looked like it was set up for business. Salt and pepper shakers on the tables, menus tucked behind napkin holders, but completely empty of people. The clock on the wall was stopped at 3:17. That's when a chill ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. I turned back to look at my truck, and what I saw nearly stopped my heart. My rig, a bright red Peterbilt that I've driven for 7 years, looked faded somehow, like it was being absorbed into the darkness. The colors seemed washed out, and the edges of the truck appeared blurry, as if it was slowly disappearing. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, convinced I was just overtired and seeing things. When I looked again, my truck seemed normal, but that feeling of wrongness wouldn't go away. Then I noticed something at the edge of where my headlights reached, a figure standing just beyond the light. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe the attendant or a cook taking a smoke break. But as I focused on it, I realized it wasn't a person at all. It was like a shadow, but darker than the night around it, with no distinguishable features, no face, no clothes, nothing human about it except its general shape. And it was watching me. I can't explain how I knew that, since it had no eyes that I could see, but I felt its attention like a physical weight. The hair on my arms stood on end, and my mouth went dry. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding tiny in the vast silence. The figure didn't move or respond. It just stood there at the edge of the light, as if waiting for something. I've never felt fear like that before. Not rational fear like when you have a close call on the highway, but something primal and deep. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. I backed toward my truck, keeping my eyes on the shadow figure. It still didn't move, but I swear it seemed to get darker, more solid somehow, as if it was gathering itself. When my back hit the door of my truck, I fumbled for the handle without looking, desperate to get inside. Once in the cab, I locked the doors and fired up the engine. It turned over on the first try, thank God. I threw it in gear and peeled out of there, spraying gravel behind me. In my rearview mirror, I could see the neon sign getting smaller, and for just a second, I thought I saw that shadow figure standing in the middle of the lot, watching me go. I drove like hell for about 20 minutes, not caring about speed limits or fuel efficiency, just wanting to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, I grabbed my CB radio. "Breaker 19, this is Big Red. Anybody out there tonight? Over." My voice was still, shaking. After a moment of static, a voice came back. "This is Night Owl. What's your 20, Big Red? You sound spooked. Over." I explained where I was, somewhere on Route 66, about 50 miles east of Gallup. Just had a weird experience at a truck stop called Last Chance. Place was completely deserted. Wondering if anybody knows anything about it. Over. There was a long pause before Night Owl responded. "Big Red, you sure about that location?" Over. "Affirmative, Night Owl. Just passed through there maybe half an hour ago." Over. Another pause, longer this time. "Listen, Big Red, there ain't been no truck stop on that stretch for over 20 years. Last Chance burned down in '87, never rebuilt it. Over." I felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. "That's not possible. I was just there. Saw the sign, the building, everything. Over." "You ain't the first to see it, buddy. Locals call it the ghost truck stop. Shows up sometimes for drivers who've been on the road too long. My advice? Find a real stop soon as you can and get some rest. And don't think too hard about what you saw there. Over." I couldn't respond. My mouth had gone completely dry. "Big Red, you still there?" Over. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for the info, Night Owl. Over and out." I drove until dawn, too afraid to stop. When the sun finally came up, I pulled into a busy truck stop outside Albuquerque. Never been so happy to see other people in my life. I bought the strongest coffee they had and sat in a booth, trying to make sense of what had happened. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. Could I have hallucinated the whole thing from fatigue? Maybe. But it felt so real. And what Night Owl said about others seeing it too, that's what really gets me. I called my dispatcher and told him I needed a couple days off. Made up some excuse about stomach flu. I'm sitting in a motel room now, still trying to process it all. The thing that haunts me most isn't the deserted truck stop or even learning that it burned down decades ago. It's that shadow figure. What was it? And why do I have this overwhelming feeling that it's still there, waiting at the edge of the light for the next tired driver who sees that sign for Last Chance? I've looked up the history of that stretch of highway since then. Turns out there was a fire at a truck stop there in 1987. 3 people died, the night manager and 2 customers. They never caught who started it. I'm supposed to get back on the road tomorrow. Same route, same stretch of highway. I don't know if I can do it. What if I see that sign again? What if the shadow is waiting for me specifically now? I keep thinking about that clock on the wall, stopped at 3:17. Was that when the fire happened? When time stopped there? I've been driving these roads for over 2 decades and never believed in anything supernatural. But now, I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something is out there on that lonely stretch of Route 66, something that doesn't belong in this world. And for whatever reason, it showed itself to me. If you're driving through New Mexico late at night and you see a sign for Last Chance Gas and Diner, just keep going. No matter how tired you are, no matter how much you need to stop. Just keep driving until you find somewhere with other people, with life and light. Because whatever waits at that phantom truck stop isn't alive, and it isn't human. And I can't shake the feeling that next time, it won't just stand and watch. Story 7. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened on the MV Elysium. It's been 3 months since that cruise, and I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I can hear the sound of waves against metal and distant voices calling out. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm a historian, specializing in maritime disasters. Ironic, right? I've spent my career researching tragedies at sea, never thinking I'd end up in the middle of one. After finishing a particularly grueling research project on the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle, I decided to treat myself to a vacation. The MV Elysium was perfect. Brand new, luxury accommodations, and a route from New York to the Bahamas. I thought it would be a nice break from my work. I was so wrong. From the moment I stepped onto the gangway, something felt off. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination at first. The ship was gorgeous, all gleaming surfaces and opulent decorations. My cabin was on deck 8, with a small balcony overlooking the ocean. I remember standing there as we pulled away from New York, watching the skyline fade into the distance, feeling a strange sense of dread I couldn't explain. That first day was normal enough. I explored the ship, had dinner at one of the fancy restaurants, and went to bed early. That's when things started to get weird. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to find my cabin door wide open. I distinctly remembered locking it before going to bed. I always do. It's a habit from years of solo travel. I got up, closed it, and double-checked the lock. When I turned back around, the bathroom light was on. I know it wasn't on before. I barely slept after that. The next morning at breakfast, I overheard a couple talking in hushed tones about a passenger who had gone missing overnight. According to them, the staff was trying to keep it quiet, but the woman's husband was frantic, insisting his wife had disappeared from their cabin. I felt a chill run down my spine. I tried to enjoy the day, sunbathing by the pool, reading a book, normal vacation stuff. But I kept noticing little things. The lights in the main lounge would flicker for no reason. There was a persistent cold spot in the corridor leading to my cabin, and the staff, they seemed on edge, exchanging glances whenever a passenger asked certain questions. That night, I had dinner with a retired couple, the Hendersons, who had the cabin next to mine. They mentioned hearing strange noises in the night, like someone dragging something heavy past their door. We laughed it off as the ship settling, but none of us really believed that. When I got back to my cabin, my key card wouldn't work. After 3 tries, I went to guest services. The attendant looked confused when I gave him my cabin number. "Ms. Keller, that's strange. The system shows you accessed your room 20 minutes ago." My blood ran cold. I insisted I hadn't, and he reset my card. When I got back to my cabin, everything was exactly as I'd left it, but the shower was dripping, just a slow, steady drip that I couldn't seem to turn off completely. I slept with the lights on that night. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a soft knock on my door. When I looked through the peephole, there was no one there, but I swear I heard someone whisper my name. By morning, the rumors were spreading. Another passenger had vanished, a young man traveling alone. The official story was that he'd gotten drunk and fallen overboard, but no one had heard any alarms, and there had been no rescue efforts. I've always been too curious for my own good. It's what makes me a good historian, but that day, it almost got me killed. I decided to investigate. The ship had 16 decks, but the elevator buttons only went up to 15. I asked a cleaner about it, and she got this panicked look in her eyes before hurrying away. Later that afternoon, I found a service stairwell that wasn't locked. I followed it down past the lowest passenger deck, past the crew quarters, until I reached a door marked simply 16. There was a velvet rope across it with a small sign, "Restricted Area, Crew Only." I ducked under it. The air was different down there, cold and stale, with an underlying smell like seawater and something else I couldn't identify. The corridor was dimly lit, with lights that seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing. I passed several unmarked doors before reaching one at the end that was slightly ajar. I still don't know what possessed me to push it open. Maybe the historian in me, always needing to know. The room beyond was vast, much larger than should have been possible given the ship's dimensions. It was bathed in a strange blue light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. And it was filled with rows and rows of what looked like old-fashioned ship's cabins, the kind you'd see on ocean liners from the early 20th century. Each had a small brass plaque beside it, but they were all blank. I took a few steps inside, and the door slammed shut behind me. The sound echoed in that impossible space. I ran back and tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath misting in front of me. "Help me find them." The voice came from behind me. I turned slowly, already knowing I didn't want to see who had spoken. A figure stood between the rows of cabins. A man in an old-fashioned captain's uniform that seemed to be dripping wet, though there was no water on the floor. His face was pale and drawn, with dark circles under his eyes. But the worst part was that I could see through him, just slightly, to the cabins behind. I backed up against the door, fumbling for the handle again. The figure didn't move closer, just watched me with those hollow eyes. "They're all lost," he said, "just like you'll be." I don't remember screaming, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was pounding on the door, my throat raw. There was a small window high up on the wall to my right. Without thinking, I grabbed a chair from nearby, smashed the window, and somehow managed to pull myself through it, cutting my hands on the broken glass. I found myself in a storage area, surrounded by crates. I ran, not caring where. I was going, just needing to get away. Eventually, I emerged into a crew area and was stopped by a security officer who demanded to know what I was doing there. I made up some story about getting lost, and he escorted me back to the passenger decks, eyeing my bleeding hands suspiciously. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those empty cabins with their blank nameplates, and a terrible thought occurred to me. What if they weren't always empty? What if those plaques were waiting for names? The next morning, I went to the ship's information center, where they had displays about the Elysium's construction and history. I learned it had been built in the same shipyard as several vessels that had mysteriously disappeared over the years. As I was looking at the displays, I noticed a security monitor behind the counter showing various areas of the ship, and there it was, the corridor I'd found, with the door at the end. As I watched, a woman walked down the corridor, pushed open the door, and went inside. No one came out. I knew then that I needed help. I found the Hendersons and told them everything. They were skeptical at first, but Mrs. Henderson admitted she'd been having nightmares about drowning since coming aboard, despite never having had such dreams before. We decided to find others who might have noticed strange things. By evening, we had a small group: the Hendersons, a bartender named Miguel, who had seen shadows moving in empty rooms, and a young woman named Tara, who had lost her boyfriend on the second night. He'd gone to get ice and never returned. Together, we made our way back to Deck 16. The corridor was exactly as I remembered it, and the door was still there. But when we pushed it open, what we found wasn't the vast room I'd seen before. Instead, there was a swirling vortex of mist and shadow, and within it, figures, dozens of them, all reaching out, all with the same pleading expressions. I recognized some of them as passengers I'd seen earlier in the voyage. Miguel tried to back away, but something grabbed him, a pale hand emerging from the mist. He screamed as he was pulled forward, and then he was gone. The rest of us ran, the door slamming behind us. We went straight to the captain, demanding answers. At first, he tried to have us removed, but when Mrs. Henderson mentioned calling the Coast Guard, his demeanor changed. He dismissed his officers and told us the truth. The Elysium had been built on cursed ground, using materials salvaged from ships that had disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle. Its design included intentional flaws, dimensional inconsistencies that created spaces between reality. These spaces had become a trap for souls lost at sea over centuries. The company behind the ship knew this and had designed it as a vessel to collect more souls, specifically people who wouldn't be missed or whose disappearances could be explained away. "Why are you telling us this?" I asked him. "You're implicated in this too." His expression was grim. "Because it's out of control now. It's taking too many, too quickly. We can't explain it away anymore. We're returning to New York. When we dock, get off and don't look back. We'll evacuate as many as we can." We docked in New York the next morning. As we disembarked, I looked back at the Elysium. It seemed different somehow, older, weathered, as if it had been at sea for decades rather than days. I saw the captain at the railing, watching the passengers leave. Our eyes met briefly, and then he turned away. The Elysium never sailed again. It remained docked in New York Harbor, under investigation for technical issues. I've kept track of the news about it. 3 weeks after our return, a maintenance worker went missing aboard the ship. They found his tools on deck 16. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I look up the passenger manifest from our voyage. There are names on it I don't remember, faces I never saw, and I wonder how many of them are still there, trapped in those cabins with the blank nameplates, waiting for someone to find them. I still have nightmares about that blue light and the figure in the captain's uniform. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear a soft voice whisper, "Help me find them." Story 8. I'm finally writing this down after 3 years of therapy, and still no real answers. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I'm back there. My doctor says sharing might help, so here goes. I've been driving trucks for 15 years. Nothing fancy about it, just me, my rig, and the open road. I know every stretch of Highway 35 like the back of my hand. Or at least I thought I did until that night in January 2020. It was supposed to be a routine haul from Dallas to Kansas City. I'd done it maybe 100 times before. The weather report mentioned snow up north, but nothing I hadn't handled before. I left Dallas around noon, figuring I'd make it to my regular rest stop just past Oklahoma City before the weather got bad. Everything was normal until about 11 that night. I'd pushed past my usual stop because the snow wasn't as bad as predicted, and I wanted to make up some time. The radio kept cutting in and out, which was annoying but not unusual in some stretches. I remember yawning, thinking about pulling over soon, when I noticed something odd. The mile marker I passed read, "Mile 0." That made no sense. Mile 0 should be down in Laredo, Texas, where 35 starts. I was somewhere in southern Kansas by then. I figured I misread it in the dark and kept driving. 5 minutes later, another marker, Mile 0. I remember checking my GPS to confirm my location, but the screen was glitching, showing me somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I tried rebooting it, but nothing changed. I switched to my phone's GPS, but it wouldn't connect at all. By now, the snow was coming down harder, not a blizzard yet, but enough to limit visibility to maybe 100 feet ahead. The highway looked different. I can't explain exactly how, but the road surface seemed older. The lane markings faded in places they shouldn't be. The guardrails were an outdated style I hadn't seen in years. That's when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was just interference on the radio, but I'd already turned it off. It was like static, but with whispers buried in it. Not clear enough to make out words, just this constant susurration coming from outside the truck. I rolled up my window tighter, even though it was already closed. I passed another mile zero marker. I remember checking my odometer. I'd gone nearly 15 miles since the first marker. This made no sense. I decided to radio for any other truckers in the area. "This is Nathan Cooper on northbound 35, just past mile marker 0. Anybody copy?" Nothing but static for a moment then. "You're not supposed to be here." The voice wasn't friendly, wasn't hostile. It was hollow, like someone speaking through a long metal pipe. I tried again, asking for clarification, but got nothing. I kept driving, figuring I'd eventually hit a town, or at least see other vehicles. But there was nothing. No southbound traffic, no lights in the distance. Just my headlights cutting through increasingly heavy snow, and those damn mile zero markers every mile. That's when I saw something dart across the road. It moved so fast I barely registered it. Bigger than a deer, but low to the ground. I instinctively hit the brakes, skidding slightly on the increasingly slick road. Whatever it was disappeared into the darkness beyond my high beams. I took a few deep breaths, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I kept driving, slower now. The whispers outside grew louder. Not loud enough to make out words, but enough that I couldn't ignore them anymore. I tried the radio again, all stations even, the emergency channels. Nothing but static. Another mile zero marker. By my odometer, I'd driven nearly 30 miles on this impossible stretch of highway. I was starting to feel panic bubbling up. I'm not a superstitious man, but something was very wrong. I decided to pull over at the next opportunity, maybe try to nap until daylight or the storm passed. As soon as I had that thought, a rest area appeared on the right. It wasn't any rest area I recognized, and I know them all on this route. Just a small parking lot with a single streetlight casting a sickly yellow glow. No buildings, no other vehicles. I pulled in and cut the engine, leaving the lights on. The whispers outside immediately grew louder. I could almost make out words now, like multiple conversations happening just outside my doors. I checked all my mirrors but couldn't see anyone. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of the situation. The snow was falling heavier now, piling up around my truck. I decided I'd rest for an hour, then try to backtrack. That's when my driver's side mirror caught movement. Someone was walking through the parking lot toward my truck. The figure moved oddly, like they were having trouble keeping balance. As they got closer, I could see it was a man, or something shaped like a man, wearing what looked like an old-style trucker's jacket, the kind with a lot of patches that were popular in the 70s. He came right up to my window, and I nearly screamed. His face was pale, not just white, but almost translucent. Where his eyes should have been were just empty sockets, not bloody or damaged, just empty, like they were never there to begin with. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. Then he knocked on my window. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. The sound echoed in my cab like gunshots. I started the engine immediately, not caring about the ice or snow. The tires spun for a terrifying moment before catching. As I pulled away, I glanced in my mirror. The figure was just standing there, watching me with those non-existent eyes. And it wasn't alone anymore. Other shapes were emerging from the darkness, all walking with that same unsteady gait. I drove like hell. The whispers followed me, somehow coming through my vents, my radio, everywhere. I kept passing mile zero markers. I must have driven 100 miles on that impossible stretch of road, my panic growing with each passing minute. Then suddenly, the snow stopped. The whispers faded. I passed a normal mile marker, mile 178, and nearly cried with relief. My GPS flickered back to life, showing me exactly where I should be on Highway 35. My phone buzzed with a series of delayed text messages. I pulled into the next truck stop and sat in the parking lot for hours, shaking, unable to process what had happened. When the sun came up, I convinced myself I had fallen asleep at the wheel, that it had been some kind of waking dream brought on by exhaustion and highway hypnosis. I completed my delivery in Kansas City the next day, a full 6 hours behind schedule. My dispatcher was pissed, but I couldn't bring myself to explain. What would I say? Sorry, I got trapped in some kind of highway purgatory. Over the following weeks, I researched that stretch of Highway 35. I found nothing official, but on some obscure trucker forums, I discovered I wasn't alone. A handful of others described similar experiences, always at night, always in bad weather, always alone. Some mentioned the whispering, others the mile zero markers. A few described the eyeless man. One post from 1997 caught my attention. The user claimed to be a highway patrol officer who investigated a mass pileup on 35 during a blizzard in '74. 17 trucks and cars involved, no survivors. The officer wrote that the accident report contained strange details. All the vehicles' odometers showed exactly the same mileage, despite being different makes and models. And several drivers had used their CB radios before the crash, reporting that they couldn't find mile markers except for ones reading 0. I've switched to east-west routes since then. I avoid Highway 35 completely. I don't drive at night anymore if I can help it. I've seen 3 different therapists, all of whom suggest I experienced some kind of dissociative episode or hallucination. But here's what keeps me up at night. What if that stretch of road isn't always there? What if it only appears sometimes, under certain conditions? What if it's waiting for drivers who are alone, tired, vulnerable? Sometimes when I'm driving and hit a patch of bad weather, I get this feeling in my gut, this dread that when I pass the next mile marker, it'll read 0, that I'll hear those whispers again, that the eyeless man is still out there, waiting to knock on my window again. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I hear that hollow voice on the CB. You're not supposed to be here. And I wonder, what happens to those who don't make it out? I still drive trucks. I still make my deliveries. But a part of me is always watching the mile markers, always listening for whispers. Because I know that impossible road is still out there somewhere. And I'm terrified that one day it's going to find me again. Story 9. Grandma Rose's death wasn't unexpected. She was 92. But it hit me harder than I thought it would. We were close when I was a kid, but after my parents moved us to Chicago when I was 13, I only saw her during occasional summer visits. The last time was 5 years ago when I was 23. Now at 28, I found myself driving back to that sleepy little town with a U-Haul trailer and 3 weeks of bereavement leave from my accounting job. The house was exactly as I remembered it, this massive Victorian with peeling blue paint, wraparound, porch, and that ridiculous little turret on the east side. It was built in 1870-something and had been in our family for generations. The minute I pulled into the gravel driveway, I felt this weird mix of comfort and unease, like the house was waiting for me. The first few days were just exhausting work, cleaning out the fridge, sorting through decades of paperwork, calling the utility companies. Normal stuff. But I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I'd turn around expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. Just this heavy feeling hanging in the air. On the fourth day, I finally made it up to the attic. I'd been putting it off because it was always creepy, even when I was a kid. The attic spans the entire top of the house, with those weird sloped ceilings and tiny windows that barely let in any light. The air up there was stale and thick with dust, and everything was covered in these yellowed sheets. I started in one corner, working my way through boxes of Christmas decorations and old clothes. Nothing interesting until I found this wooden trunk pushed against the far wall under one of those tiny windows. It had my grandmother's maiden name carved into the top, Eleanor Blackwood. Inside were stacks of photo albums, some so old the pages crumbled when I touched them. I was flipping through one from the 1920s when a loose photograph slid out and landed face up on the floor. It showed a group of children in old-fashioned clothes playing in a field. Nothing unusual, except for this one girl standing off to the side. She wasn't playing with the others, just staring directly at the camera with these incredibly sad eyes. Something about her expression made my skin crawl. I couldn't stop staring at her. The back of the photo just said, "Summer 1923 Everwood," in faded handwriting. I set it aside and kept digging through the trunk. That's when I found the letters. They were tied together with a faded blue ribbon, tucked into a metal box at the bottom of the trunk. The paper was so fragile I was afraid it would fall apart in my hands. The first one was dated April 12, 1921, written by someone named Eliza Blackwood, my grandmother's aunt, I think. I sat cross-legged on the dusty attic floor and started reading. At first, they seemed like normal letters from a 12-year-old girl, complaints about chores, gossip about school friends, that kind of thing. But around the 10th letter, things got weird. Eliza wrote about a boy named Thomas, who lived down the street who had gone missing. The strange part wasn't that he'd disappeared. It was that no one seemed to remember him but Eliza. She wrote about how she'd gone to his house, and his parents acted like they'd never had a son. His desk at school was filled by another student, and the teacher marked him as never enrolled. Eliza called these vanishing children the forgotten ones. As I read through more letters, the pattern repeated. A child would disappear, and within days, it was as if they'd never existed. Eliza documented 7 disappearances over 2 years. In her last letter, dated November 19, 1923, she wrote, "I fear I will be next. They come for those who see them. If you're reading this, remember us. Someone must remember." My hands were shaking by the time I finished reading. The attic suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. I looked back at the photograph, the sad-eyed girl. Studying her face, I realized with a jolt that it had to be Eliza. Something about the set of her mouth, the way she stood apart from the others. Was she one of the forgotten ones? I packed everything back into the trunk except for the letters and the photograph, which I took downstairs. I spent the rest of that evening going through my grandmother's papers, looking for any mention of Eliza Blackwood. There was nothing, no birth certificate, no death certificate, nothing. According to official records, she'd never existed. I couldn't sleep that night. Every creak in that old house had me sitting bolt upright, convinced someone was walking around. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up and went downstairs to make some tea. As I waited for the kettle to boil, I glanced out the kitchen window into the backyard. That's when I saw her, the girl from the photograph, standing in the middle of the yard, wearing the same dress, with the same sad eyes. My mug slipped from my hands and shattered on the floor, but I couldn't look away. She was slightly transparent, like a reflection on glass, but unmistakably there. She raised her arm and pointed toward the woods behind the house. Then she slowly faded away. I stood frozen for what felt like hours, my heart hammering in my chest. Part of me thought I'd imagined it, a trick of moonlight and exhaustion, but I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, I went to the Everwood Public Library. It's this tiny brick building on Main Street that probably hasn't been updated since the 70s. I asked the librarian, this ancient woman named Mrs. Holloway, who'd apparently worked there since the dawn of time, if they had any local history records or old newspapers. Her whole demeanor changed when I mentioned I was researching missing children from the 1920s. She got this pinched look on her face and asked why I wanted to know about that. When I mentioned the name Eliza Blackwood, she actually took a step back from me. "Some things are best left buried, dear," she said. "This town has moved past those troubled times." That only made me more determined. I spent hours in the library's archive room, going through microfilm of old newspapers, and there they were, small articles about missing children spread across 2 years. Thomas Reed, age 9, Mary Sullivan, age 11, 5 others, just as Eliza had written. But the strange thing was, each disappearance only warranted a single brief article. No follow-ups, no investigations mentioned. It was as if the town collectively shrugged and moved on each time. The last article I found was from November 20th, 1923. It mentioned a tragic accident at the Blackwood home, where a fire had broken out in the East Wing. No casualties were listed, but the timing matched Eliza's final letter perfectly. By the time I left the library, the sun was setting. Mrs. Holloway watched me leave with this worried expression, like she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to. I drove back to the house feeling more unsettled than ever. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the girl, about Eliza, pointing to the woods. Around midnight, I found myself standing on the back porch, staring into the darkness between the trees. Without really deciding to, I grabbed a flashlight and started walking. The woods behind my grandmother's house aren't very deep, maybe a quarter mile before they hit Sanderson's farm, but they've always felt endless and mysterious. My flashlight beam bounced between tree trunks, casting weird shadows that seemed to move on their own. The ground was soft from recent rain, my shoes sinking slightly with each step. I'd gone maybe 200 yards when I reached a small clearing. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches twisted and gnarled like arthritic fingers. And at the base of the tree, barely visible in the flashlight beam, was a patch of disturbed earth. It looked like a shallow grave. I should have turned back. I should have called the police. Instead, I went back to the house, grabbed a garden shovel from the shed, and returned to the clearing. Something was compelling me forward. Some need to know that overrode all common sense. I started digging. The soil was loose and gave way easily. I'd only gone down about 2 feet when my shovel hit something solid. Kneeling, I brushed away the dirt with my hands to reveal a metal box, identical to the one I'd found in the attic containing Eliza's letters. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely open it. Inside were small trinkets, a marble, a hair ribbon, a tiny wooden horse, a tarnished locket, a jackknife, a little brass bell, and a cloth doll missing one button eye. 7 items, 7 children. As I lifted the locket, I felt the air around me change. The clearing was suddenly filled with a soft blue-white light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And there they were, 7 children standing in a semicircle around me, transparent, glowing faintly, but unmistakably there. Eliza stood at the center, her sad eyes now fixed on me with an intensity that made my breath catch. "You found us," she said, her voice sounding like wind through dry leaves. "You remembered." I couldn't speak, couldn't move, could barely breathe. "They took our names," one of the boys said. Thomas, I realized, the first to disappear. "They took our stories." "Who?" I finally managed to ask. "Who took them?" "The town," Eliza said. "They made a choice, progress or preservation. They chose progress." Another child, Mary, I thought, stepped forward. "The railroad wouldn't come through town if the children kept disappearing. Bad for business, bad reputation. So they made us go away, all the way away." I still don't understand exactly what happened in Everwood a century ago. Something terrible enough that an entire town agreed to erase 7 children from existence, to forget them so completely that even their parents pretended they'd never been born. "We just want to be remembered," Eliza said. "Say our names, tell our stories. Let us go." So I did. I sat there in the dirt beside that shallow grave and spoke each name aloud. Thomas Reed, Mary Sullivan, James Porter, Lily Winters, Samuel Green, Rebecca Adams, Eliza Blackwood. I recited the details of their short lives from what I'd read in Eliza's letters and the newspaper archives. As I spoke, each child smiled and slowly faded, like mist burning away in sunlight. Eliza was the last to go. "Thank you," she whispered. "Now the forgetting can end." I returned to the house as dawn was breaking, still carrying the box of trinkets. The heaviness that had permeated the house since my arrival seemed to have lifted. The air felt lighter somehow, cleaner. I spent my remaining time in Everwood researching those 7 children, documenting their lives as best I could. I visited the cemetery and found that none of them had gravestones, so I arranged for 7 small markers to be placed in the old section, each bearing a name and the same epitaph: "Remembered at last." The day before I left, Mrs. Holloway from the library showed up at the house. She looked different somehow, lighter, like a burden had been lifted. "You did it," she said simply. "You remembered them." I didn't ask how she knew. Some questions don't need answers. I sold the house before leaving town. I couldn't imagine ever feeling comfortable there again, despite the lifting of the heaviness. But I kept the box of trinkets and Eliza's letters. Someone needs to be their keeper. Sometimes at night, I still see Eliza in my dreams. She's not sad anymore. She's playing with the others in that same field from the photograph, but now she's laughing. Now she belongs. I don't know what really happened in Everwood 100 years ago. I don't know if what I experienced was real or some elaborate fantasy born from grief and an old house full of ghosts. All I know is that 7 forgotten children are forgotten no more, and sometimes that's enough. Story 10. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. Part of me thinks writing it down might help me process what happened, but another part worries you'll all think I'm completely insane. I've been lurking on this forum for years, reading other people's experiences, never thinking I'd have my own to share. But here I am. This happened just 3 weeks ago. I was driving, back from visiting my sister in Montana. Instead of taking I-90 the whole way home like I usually do, I decided to cut through some back roads to save time. My GPS kept rerouting me because of some major accident that had traffic backed up for miles. The detour took me deep into rural country I'd never seen before. Rolling hills, farmland, and then dense forest. The roads got narrower, the signs fewer. My cell service dropped completely around 4 in the afternoon, and my GPS started glitching. The screen would freeze, then jump ahead, then lose the route entirely. I wasn't too worried at first. I had a full tank of gas, and it was still daylight. After about 30 minutes of driving with no signal, I saw a small wooden sign by the roadside that read, "Stillwater, 5 miles." It wasn't on any of my maps, but I figured it might be a good place to stop, get directions, maybe grab something to eat. The road leading to Stillwater was unnervingly straight, cutting through thick pine forest on both sides. As I got closer, I noticed something odd. The trees seemed to cast longer shadows than they should have for that time of day. The shadows stretched across the road at weird angles, not matching the position of the sun at all. I remember checking the time, 5:23 in the evening. The sun was still well above the horizon, yet these shadows looked like late evening ones, long and distorted. When I finally reached Stillwater, the first thing that hit me was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet you get in small towns, but a heavy, smothering silence that felt wrong. There were houses and buildings, but no people walking around, no cars moving, no kids playing, just empty streets and closed doors. A small sign at the town entrance said, "Stillwater, Pop, 93. 93 people, yet not a soul in sight. I pulled up to what looked like the only gas station, a weathered building with ancient pumps out front. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. An old man sat in a rocking chair outside, the only living person I'd seen since entering town. His face was deeply lined, with heavy bags under bloodshot eyes that suggested he hadn't slept in days. When I approached him to ask for directions, he barely looked at me. "Excuse me, sir? I'm trying to get back to I-90. My GPS isn't working." He slowly turned his head toward me, his eyes suddenly focusing intently on mine. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice raspy. "Nobody comes to Stillwater anymore, not since it started." I felt a chill run up my spine despite the warm afternoon. "Since what started?" He glanced around nervously, then leaned closer. "Watch the shadows. Don't let them touch you. Get back in your car and don't stop until you're clear of the town limits." I forced a laugh, thinking he must be messing with me. "Right, so which way to the interstate?" He pointed down the main street. "Straight through town, then left at the square. But I'm telling you, boy, watch the shadows. They're hungry today." I thanked him and hurried back to my car, telling myself he was just some eccentric old-timer who enjoyed scaring visitors. But as I drove down the empty main street, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in my gut. The town itself was small, just a few blocks of buildings that looked like they hadn't changed in 50 years. Old storefronts with faded signs, a post office, a diner with closed blinds. Every building seemed abandoned, yet well maintained. No broken windows or graffiti, just empty. That's when I noticed the shadows again. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The shadow of a streetlight seemed to stretch across the road, but it was stretching in the wrong direction, toward my car instead of away from the sun. As I drove past, I swear it moved, just slightly, like it was reaching for my tires. I blinked hard and looked again. Normal shadow. I laughed at myself for being so easily spooked by that old man's warning. But then it happened again. The shadow of a tall oak tree near the sidewalk seemed to ripple, as if it wasn't cast on the ground, but floating just above it. And it was darker than it should have been. Not the grayish black of a normal shadow, but a deep, impenetrable darkness. I pressed harder on the gas pedal, eager to get through this weird little town. As I approached what must have been the town square, I noticed more shadows gathering at the edges of the road. They seemed to be flowing together, pooling like liquid darkness. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. I wasn't imagining this. The shadows were moving independently of their objects, stretching and reaching toward the street. In the center of the town square stood a statue of a man holding a lantern high above his head. Unlike everything else in the town, this statue looked new, its bronze surface gleaming in the sunlight. The square around it was perfectly maintained, with neatly trimmed grass and fresh flowers. And strangely, there were no shadows within about 15 feet of the statue. The darkness stopped abruptly at that perimeter, as if held back by an invisible barrier. I slowed my car, drawn to this anomaly. I needed to get out of this town, but something about that statue pulled at me. I parked and stepped out, keeping my eyes on the shadows that seemed to be gathering at the edges of the square. As I approached the statue, I noticed an inscription on its base. Just one word: salvation. The man's face was serene, his eyes fixed on the lantern he held aloft. The craftsmanship was incredible, every detail perfect. It felt out of place in this forgotten town. Standing there, I suddenly realized I could hear whispering. Very faint at first, but growing clearer as I listened. I spun around, looking for the source, but the square was empty. "He is coming," the whispers said. "The light can't escape." My heart pounded in my chest. The voices seemed to be coming from the shadows themselves, dozens of overlapping whispers just on the edge of hearing. I backed toward my car, keeping my eyes on those unnatural shadows. They had completely surrounded the square now, leaving only the area around the statue clear. They writhed and pulsed like living things, growing darker by the second. "This isn't real," I said aloud, hoping the sound of my own voice would ground me. "This isn't happening." But it was happening. As I reached for my car door, a tendril of shadow shot across the pavement and wrapped around my wrist. It was ice cold and solid, like being grabbed by a hand made of freezing water. I yanked my arm back with a shout, breaking free. The shadow retreated, rejoining the mass of darkness that was now creeping closer to the car. I jumped in and slammed the door, fumbling with my keys. The engine roared to life, and I stomped on the gas, tires squealing as I tore away from the square. In my rearview mirror, I could see the shadows flowing into the street behind me, pursuing my car like a wave of black water. They moved faster than seemed possible, gaining on me despite my speed. I took the left turn the old man had mentioned, only to find the road ahead completely engulfed in shadow. Not just dark, but filled with that same unnatural blackness that had grabbed my wrist. I hit the brakes and spun the wheel, making a frantic U-turn. The shadows behind me had almost reached my bumper. I floored it again, heading back toward the town square. I had no plan except to avoid those shadows at all costs. As I sped through the deserted streets, I noticed something I'd missed before: a single house with its porch light on. It was the only other illuminated spot besides the statue. Without thinking, I swerved toward it, abandoning my car in the middle of the street and sprinting for that light. The shadows flowed around my car, reaching for me with grasping tendrils. I felt one brush against my ankle, that same bone-deep cold. Before I leaped onto the porch steps. The front door opened before I could knock. An elderly woman stood there, her face grim but unsurprised. "Come in quickly," she said, stepping aside. I didn't hesitate, diving through the doorway as she closed and locked the door behind me. The interior of the house was ablaze with light. Every lamp, every overhead fixture was turned on. There wasn't a shadow to be found inside. "They won't come in where there's light," the woman said, studying me with tired eyes. "You're safe for now." I was breathing hard, trying to process what was happening. What are they? What's going on in this town? She gestured for me to sit at a kitchen table surrounded by floor lamps. They came 3 months ago. We don't know what they are, only that they fear the light. But the town, where is everyone? Gone, she said simply. Taken. One by one, the shadows got them. First, it was just at night, so we started keeping our lights on after dark. Then they began appearing during the day too, growing stronger. The statue in the square keeps them at bay, but its influence is shrinking. Why don't you leave? I asked. No one who tries to leave makes it past the town limits, she replied. The shadows are thickest there. I'm one of only 7 people left now. We stay near the lights. We wait. Wait for what? She looked out the window at the darkness gathering around her house. I don't know. Maybe for someone to find us. Maybe for the shadows to finally get tired of waiting and just take us too. My car, I said suddenly. My headlights. If light keeps them away, I could drive out. The woman shook her head. Others tried. The shadows find a way to get inside, to make the lights fail. They're intelligent, patient. They'll wait for the perfect moment. I felt sick. So I'm trapped here? For now, she said. Until we figure out what they want or how to fight them. She went on to explain how they'd been rationing generator fuel to keep their lights on, how they communicated between houses using mirrors to signal during the day, how they'd tried everything from fire to UV lights to keep the shadows at bay. Night fell as we talked, and the darkness outside grew thicker, pressing against the windows like a physical force. I could see shapes moving in it, vaguely human but distorted, elongated, and always that whispering. I've been in this house for 3 weeks now. The power grid failed after the first week, but we've been maintaining generators. The others in town communicate with light signals, conserving fuel. Sometimes, in the deepest part of night, we hear screams as another light goes out somewhere in town. The old woman believes the statue is the key somehow. It's the only place the shadows never approach, yet they surround it constantly, as if laying siege. She thinks whatever power it has is fading. I'm writing this now because our fuel is running low. Maybe 5 days left if we're careful. I found an old laptop with some battery left, and surprisingly, there's one weak Wi-Fi signal I can connect to. I don't know where it's coming from or how long it will last. If anyone reads this, please help. We're in Stillwater. It's not on any map. I don't even know what state it's in anymore. The roads twisted too much on my detour. All I know is that when the lights go out, the shadows will come in. And I know now why they whisper. It's because they remember how to speak from when they were people. Story 11. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking just thinking about it. I need to share this somewhere because nobody believes me, and I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar on Lonely Road outside of Maplewood. I moved to Maplewood 3 months ago for my junior year at Westlake College. I'm originally from Chicago, so moving to a small town where everyone knows each other has been an adjustment. My apartment is this tiny studio on the other side of town from campus, which normally isn't a big deal since I have my car. Last Friday night, I went to this house party at my classmate Jason's place. Nothing crazy, just some drinks, music, the usual college stuff. It went later than I expected, and by the time I was ready to leave, it was almost 2 a.m. I was tired but definitely sober enough to drive. I'd stopped drinking hours earlier. As I was saying goodbye, Jason's roommate Mike asked where I lived and how I was planning to get home. When I told him, he got this weird look on his face. "You're not taking Lonely Road, are you?" he asked. I had no idea what he was talking about until he explained it was the narrow forest road that cuts about 15 minutes off the drive to my side of town. I'd seen it on Google Maps, but hadn't taken it yet. "Nobody takes that road at night," Mike said, and a few other locals who overheard nodded in agreement. Of course, they all started with the small-town ghost stories. Some woman who died there in the 70s, people going missing, cars breaking down, the usual stuff. I laughed it off. I grew up in a big city. I don't scare easily, and I definitely don't believe in ghost stories. Plus, I was exhausted and just wanted to get home and crash. "It's just some old road," I said, "and I'm not driving an extra 15 minutes just because of some urban legend." I remember Mike shaking his head as I left. "Your funeral," he joked. I wish I'd listened. The main road was completely deserted at that hour. The streetlights ended as soon as I got to the edge of town, and my GPS directed me to turn onto this narrow road I'd never noticed before. There was no sign, just a gap in the trees where the pavement narrowed and disappeared into darkness. The moment my car turned onto Lonely Road, something felt wrong. The temperature seemed to drop instantly. I checked my car thermometer, and it had gone from 54 degrees to 41 in seconds. I cranked up the heat, telling myself it was just a microclimate thing in the forest. The trees were so dense on either side that they formed this tunnel over the road. My headlights barely penetrated the darkness ahead, like the night was swallowing the light. It was unnaturally quiet, too. No crickets, no night birds, nothing. Just the sound of my tires on the pavement. I turned on the radio for some company, but all I got was static. Every station, just white noise. I tried Bluetooth from my phone instead, but even that was glitching out. That's when I started to get genuinely uncomfortable. About 5 minutes down the road, I saw her for the first time. Just a flash of white in my peripheral vision. A woman standing at the edge of the trees, wearing what looked like a white dress or nightgown. She had long, dark hair that hung down past her shoulders. I only caught a glimpse as I drove past, but something about the way she was just standing there in the middle of nowhere at 2 in the morning made my skin crawl. I slowed down, looking in my rearview mirror, thinking maybe she needed help, but there was nothing there, just darkness. I told myself I was tired and seeing things. Maybe it was just a weirdly shaped tree or something. I kept driving. The road seemed to go on forever. According to my GPS, it should have been a 7-minute drive through the forest, but I'd been driving for at least 10 minutes and still couldn't see the end. The trees pressed closer to the road, branches scraping against my car windows like fingernails. That's when I saw her again, the same woman, standing in the middle of the road this time, about 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, the car skidding slightly on the damp pavement. My heart was pounding as I stared ahead, but there was nothing there. The road was empty. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice sounding too loud in the silence of my car. I was really freaking myself out now. I decided to just get through this road as quickly as possible. I pressed the gas again, harder this time. The static on the radio suddenly changed. Through the white noise, I heard a voice, just a whisper at first, barely audible. "Sarah." I froze. That was my name. I hadn't touched the radio dial. "Sarah, you shouldn't be here." The voice was female, soft but distorted through the static. I jabbed at the power button, turning the radio off completely. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. "This isn't happening," I said aloud. "You're tired. Your mind is playing tricks on you." I pressed the gas pedal to the floor, desperate to get off this road. But something strange happened. My car didn't seem to be going any faster. The speedometer showed 65, but it felt like I was crawling. The trees passed by in slow motion, like time itself was stretching. Then she appeared again, right in the middle of the road, much closer this time. I could see her face, pale, with dark, sunken eyes fixed directly on me. Her mouth was moving, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I jerked the wheel hard to avoid hitting her. The car spun out of control. I remember screaming as my headlights illuminated nothing but trees spinning around me. There was a terrible crashing sound. The airbag exploded in my face, and everything went black. When I came to, my car was tilted at an angle. The front end crumpled against a massive oak tree. The windshield was cracked but intact. The forest was completely silent. No engine noise, nothing. Just my own panicked breathing. My phone said it was 3:17 in the morning. I'd been unconscious for maybe 20 minutes. I tried calling 911, but there was no signal, not even one bar. The same with data, nothing. I was completely cut off. I tried starting the car, but the engine just made this horrible grinding noise. It wasn't going anywhere. I remember sitting there for a long time, trying to decide what to do. The logical thing was to walk back the way I came. I couldn't have been more than a mile or two from the main road, but the thought of walking along lonely road in the dark made me physically ill. In the end, I didn't have a choice. It was either sit in my car until morning or try to get help. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the night. The cold hit me immediately. It was bone-chilling, much colder than it should have been for early October. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No wind in the trees, no animals, nothing, just complete silence. My flashlight carved a pathetic little tunnel of light through the darkness, but beyond that small circle, I couldn't see anything. I started walking in what I thought was the direction back to town. The road seemed different on foot, narrower, with more curves than I remembered driving. After about 10 minutes of walking, I realized I should have reached the main road by now. I checked my phone's GPS, but it couldn't locate me. According to the map, I wasn't anywhere. That's when I heard the voice again. Not through the radio this time, all around me, like it was coming from the trees themselves. "Sarah, why did you come here, Sarah?" I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice sounding small and scared. No answer, just that terrible silence again. I started walking faster, almost running. The beam of my flashlight bounced crazily off the trees. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was following me. The road seemed to stretch on forever, with no sign of the main highway. "This isn't right," I gasped. "I should have reached town by now." That's when I tripped over something, a root or a rock, I don't know, and went sprawling onto the pavement. My phone flew from my hand, the flashlight spinning crazily before going dark. I was plunged into complete darkness. As I lay there, the pain in my skin, palms and knees throbbing, I felt it. A drop in temperature, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me, and a presence, something standing over me. Slowly, I lifted my head. She was there, the woman in white, standing less than 3 feet away. In the darkness, I could barely make out her features, but her eyes, they were wrong, completely black, like empty holes in her face. She was looking down at me with those terrible eyes, her head tilted slightly to one side. "You belong here now, Sarah," she whispered, but her lips didn't move. The voice was in my head, all around me, inside me. I screamed. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, not taking my eyes off her. She didn't move, just watched me with those black, empty eyes. I found my phone, grabbed it, and ran. I ran blindly, not caring which direction, just away from her. Branches scratched my face and tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. My lungs were burning, my legs ready to give out. I stumbled through the trees, completely lost, convinced she was right behind me. Then I saw lights through the trees. Actual lights. Street lights. I almost cried with relief. I pushed myself harder, bursting out of the forest and onto a road. A real, normal road with streetlights and houses in the distance. I was on the outskirts of Maplewood, but nowhere near where I should have been. Somehow, I'd come out on the complete opposite side of town from where Lonely Road should have connected. It made no geographical sense. I walked to the nearest gas station and called a friend to pick me up. I didn't tell him what happened, just that I'd crashed my car and needed help. The next morning, we went with the police to find my car. But here's the thing, we couldn't find Lonely Road. We drove around the entire perimeter of Maplewood, checking every road that led into the forest. None of them were the road I'd taken. The police checked maps, GPS, everything. According to all official records, there is no road cutting through that part of the forest. 3 days later, my car was found abandoned on a logging trail deep in the forest, over 5 miles from any main road. The front was crumpled exactly as I remembered, but there was no way it could have gotten there by driving. The trail was much too narrow for a car. I don't know what happened to me that night. I don't know who or what that woman was. All I know is that I'm never driving at night in Maplewood again, and I'm moving back to Chicago as soon as this semester ends. Has anyone else experienced anything on Lonely Road? Please tell me I'm not losing my mind. Story 12. I never thought I'd be telling this story, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened last year when I was 16. My parents had gone to some fancy dinner party downtown that my dad's boss was hosting. It was a Friday night, and I was actually excited to have the house to myself for once. Our house in Maplewood is pretty old, built in the 1950s with all those creaky floors and weird settling noises that I'd gotten used to over the years. I'd lived there my whole life, so the normal house sounds never bothered me. That night, I was lounging on the couch in my pajamas, watching horror movies and eating the pizza my parents had ordered for me before they left. I remember it was around 9:30 when I first heard it, a sound that didn't fit with the usual creaks and groans of our house. It was a distinct, deliberate creak from upstairs, like someone taking a step and putting weight on one of the floorboards. I paused my movie and listened. Nothing for a few seconds, then another creak. My heart started beating faster, but I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe our cat, Milo, jumping around upstairs. But then I remembered, Milo was at the vet overnight for some tests. I turned the volume down on the TV and listened harder. Another creak, then what sounded like a door gently closing. My mouth went dry. I knew I was alone in the house. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. What if someone actually answered? Silence followed, and I convinced myself I was being stupid. Horror movies always made me jumpy. I tried to go back to watching my film, but I couldn't focus. Every few minutes, I'd hear another noise from upstairs, a soft thud, another creak, something that sounded like a drawer sliding open. I texted my mom, "What time are you guys coming home?" She replied almost immediately, "Probably around midnight, honey. Everything okay?" I didn't want to worry her, so I just wrote, "Yeah, just checking." By 10:15, the noises had become more frequent. I couldn't ignore them anymore. I grabbed the baseball bat my dad kept near the front door and slowly made my way upstairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The upstairs hallway was dark, except for the faint glow coming from the nightlight in the bathroom. I stood at the top of the stairs, listening. Nothing. The silence was almost worse than the noises. "Is anyone there?" I called out, trying to sound brave, but my voice cracked. I checked my bedroom first. Empty. The guest room, also empty. That left my parents' bedroom and the small home office at the end of the hall. As I approached my parents' door, I heard it, a soft rustling sound from inside the room. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the bat. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. That's when I heard it, a raspy whisper that made my blood run cold. "Lily." I froze in the doorway. There, standing in the shadows near my parents' closet, was a tall figure. I couldn't make out his face, but I could see he was thin and much taller than my dad. He took a step toward me. I didn't think, I just ran. I sprinted down the stairs, nearly falling in my panic. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table and locked myself in the downstairs bathroom, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice seemed impossibly calm. There's someone in my house, I whispered, trying not to sob. I'm alone, and there's a man upstairs. What's your address, honey? She asked. I gave it to her, along with my name. Okay, Lily, I'm sending officers right now. They should be there in about 10 minutes. Can you get out of the house safely? I listened for a moment and heard slow, deliberate footsteps coming down the stairs. No, I whispered. He's coming downstairs. I'm hiding in the bathroom. Stay on the line with me, she said. Find something to defend yourself with if you can. I looked around frantically but saw nothing useful except a pair of scissors in the drawer. I grabbed them, feeling pathetic. What was I going to do against a grown man with a pair of bathroom scissors? The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. I could hear him moving around the living room, opening and closing doors. Lily, he called in that same raspy whisper. Come out, wherever you are. My blood turned to ice. He knew my name. How did he know my name? He knows who I am, I whispered into the phone. Just stay quiet, Lily, the operator said. Officers are 5 minutes away. 5 minutes. It might as well have been 5 hours. I heard him moving through the kitchen now, opening cabinets, drawers slamming shut. I know you're still here, Lily, he called out. I've been watching you. I know all about you. Tears streamed down my face as I tried to control my breathing. I realized the bathroom wasn't safe. It only had one exit. I needed to move. When I heard him go into the dining room, I whispered to the operator, I need to find a better place to hide. Be careful, she warned. I cracked the bathroom door open just enough to peek out. The hallway was clear. I slipped out and darted into the kitchen, looking desperately for a better hiding spot. The pantry was deep, with shelves that created a small space at the back where I might be able to hide behind the stored items. I squeezed myself in there, pulling a few cereal boxes in front of me, and tried to make myself as small as possible. I could still hear him, now back in the living room, tossing things around angrily. Lily, don't make this harder than it needs to be, he called out. His voice had changed, less playful, more menacing. I just want to talk to you. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle a sob. The operator was still on the line, whispering that help was almost there. I heard the man coming closer, entering the kitchen. His footsteps were slow, deliberate. He opened the refrigerator, closed it, opened a drawer, closed it. "I love this kitchen, Lily," he said conversationally, as if we were having a normal chat. "I've watched your mom cook dinner here so many times. From up there, I can see everything." Up there? A horrible realization dawned on me. Had he been in our attic? We had a small attic access in the hallway ceiling, but nobody ever went up there except my dad once a year to check the insulation. The pantry door swung open. I held my breath, pressing myself harder against the back wall, praying the cereal boxes would hide me. I could see his shadow through the gaps in the shelves. He was tall and rail-thin, moving items around, looking. "This is a nice hiding spot," he said softly. "Smart girl." He began removing items from the shelves, getting closer to discovering me. I was trapped, scissors clutched in my sweating hand, when suddenly there was a loud crash from the living room. "Lily?" It was my dad's voice. "Lily, are you home?" The door was wide open. The man in the pantry froze. I heard my dad calling again, sounding worried now. "Hey!" my dad shouted. "Who the hell are you? Get out of my house!" The man backed, away from the pantry. I heard rapid footsteps, then my dad yelling in pain. I burst out of the pantry to see the intruder, and my dad struggling in the living room. The man had a knife. Where did he get a knife? And he was trying to stab my dad, who was desperately holding his wrist. I didn't think, just reacted. I grabbed the heavy cast-iron frying pan from the stove and ran into the living room. The man had my dad pinned against the wall, the knife inches from his throat. I swung the pan as hard as I could, hitting him in the back of the head. He crumpled to the floor. My dad looked at me in shock, blood streaming from a cut on his arm. Blue lights suddenly flashed through the windows as police cars pulled up outside. Within seconds, officers burst through the door, guns drawn. Everything after that is a blur. The officers handcuffed the man, who was conscious but dazed. As they dragged him out, I finally got a good look at him. He was maybe in his 30s, gaunt with wild eyes and dirty clothes. He stared at me as they pulled him toward the door. "I'll be back for you, Lily," he said, smiling with yellowed teeth. "This isn't over." I collapsed onto the couch, shaking uncontrollably. My mom arrived minutes later, having been called by my dad. She wrapped her arms around me, crying and thanking God I was okay. The police searched our house and made a horrifying discovery. In the attic, they found evidence that someone had been living there. Food wrappers, bottles of water, even a small mattress set up in the corner. There were small holes drilled in the ceiling of each room, allowing him to watch us. They found a notebook filled with observations about our daily routines, our conversations, even what we ate. There were pages dedicated just to me, describing what I wore, who I talked to on the phone, what time I went to bed. The police told us he'd likely been living there for at least a week, possibly longer. The thought of him watching us, watching me, while we had no idea he was there, I still can't process it. They identified him as Marcus Reeves, a man with a history of stalking and breaking into homes. He'd been released from prison just 3 months earlier. He had no connection to our family. We were just random targets. It's been almost a year now. I sleep with my bedroom door locked and a chair wedged under the doorknob. I check the attic access panel every day to make sure it's secure. I've been seeing a therapist, which helps, but I still wake up in cold sweats, hearing that raspy voice calling my name. The worst part is, 2 weeks ago, I received a letter, no return address. Inside was a single piece of paper with 5 words written on it. "I haven't forgotten about you." The police say Marcus is still in jail, awaiting trial. But I can't shake the feeling that somehow, some way, he's still watching me. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in my own home again. Story 13. I've been hauling loads cross-country for 15 years now, seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Accidents, strange lights in the sky, even a bear wandering down the middle of the road in Wyoming once. But what happened to me on Highway 51 last October? I still can't make sense of it. I'm writing this down because I need someone to believe me. My wife thinks I had some kind of episode from sleep deprivation. My dispatcher suggested I take some time off, but I know what I experienced was real. It was late October, just before Halloween. I was hauling farm equipment from Kansas City to a place outside Billings, Montana. Big combine harvester parts strapped down in my flatbed. The kind of load that pays well but makes you nervous on every turn. I'd been driving since 5 that morning, and by sunset, I was on Highway 51, that long stretch that cuts through nothing but fields and the occasional sad excuse for a town. The weather had been nice all day, unusually warm for October, but as evening set in, the temperature dropped fast. I remember checking the dashboard thermometer and watching it fall from 58 to 41 degrees in less than an hour. Strange weather, but nothing that concerned me much at the time. I just passed through a town so small I can't even remember its name. Just a gas station, a diner, and maybe 10 houses clustered around the highway. The sun was almost gone, that weird purplish light that makes everything look a little off. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the shoulder, thumb out, a duffel bag at his feet. Normally, I don't pick up hitchhikers. Company policy forbids it. Insurance doesn't cover it. And honestly, it's just not worth the risk these days. But something about this guy made me slow down. Maybe it was how alone he looked out there with darkness coming and no other cars in sight. Maybe it was the fact that the next town was over 40 miles away. Or maybe it was something else pulling at me, something I still can't explain. I pulled over about 20 yards ahead of him. Through my side mirror, I watched him grab his bag and walk toward my truck. Even from that distance, I could tell something wasn't right about the way he moved. Too stiff, like his joints hurt. When he got closer, I saw his face clearly for the first time, and I almost put the truck back in gear right then. He was gaunt, not just skinny, but skeletal, like someone who'd been sick for months. His skin had this grayish pallor that made him look half dead, but it was his eyes that really got to me, deeply sunken, with dark circles so pronounced they looked like bruises. Yet despite all that, he was wearing just jeans and a light flannel shirt, completely inappropriate for the cold that was settling in. Against every instinct I had, I leaned over and opened the passenger door. "Where you headed?" I asked as he climbed in. His voice was surprisingly normal, almost pleasant. "Just past Cedar Ridge if you're going that way." Cedar Ridge was about 60 miles up the road. I nodded and pulled back onto the highway. The cab filled with an odd smell, not body odor or anything obvious, more like wet earth and something metallic, like blood and dirt mixed together. For a while, we didn't talk. I had the radio on low, some country station fading in and out. The stranger just stared straight ahead through the windshield, hands folded in his lap. His fingers were long and pale, with dirt under the nails. "Name's Daniel," I finally said, just to break the silence. He hesitated before answering. "John," he said, and something in the way he said it made me think he'd just made it up. "What takes you out to Cedar Ridge, John?" I asked. Another pause. "Family," he said. Just that one word. I didn't push it. Some passengers want to talk your ear off, others prefer silence, and this guy clearly fell into the second category. Fine by me. I focused on the road as full darkness settled in. About 20 minutes after picking him up, I noticed the fog starting to roll in. It came in patches at first, wisps of white crossing the road, then thickened until my high beams were just reflecting back at me. I slowed to 45, then 35. Highway 51 has lots of sharp turns, and in conditions like that, you don't take chances. That's when I noticed the headlights behind us. They appeared suddenly, as if the vehicle had just materialized out of the fog. They were too high off the ground for a car, another truck maybe, or a large SUV. And they were coming up fast, much faster than was safe in that fog. I tensed, expecting them to rear-end us or try to pass dangerously. Instead, they matched our speed, staying maybe 50 feet back, close enough that the lights filled my cab and reflected off all my mirrors, making it hard to see. "Asshole," I muttered, adjusting my mirrors to minimize the glare. That's when I noticed John's reaction. He had gone completely rigid in his seat, his bony fingers digging into his thighs so hard I thought he might tear his jeans. "Don't look back," he whispered, still staring straight ahead. "Just keep driving." The hairs on my arms stood up. "What did you say?" "Whatever you do, don't stop and don't look back," he repeated, his voice now trembling. It found me again. I thought I'd lost it this time. "What found you? What are you talking about?" My hands tightened on the wheel. John turned to face me then, and his eyes were wide with terror. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't think it would follow me into your truck. I thought I was safe this time." I nearly swerved off the road. "What the hell is going on? Who's following us?" "It's not a who," he said, his voice dropping even lower. "Highway 51 is cursed, has been for decades. Some people know it, most don't. Truckers disappear on this stretch more than anywhere else in the country, but nobody connects the dots." I wanted to tell him he was crazy, but those headlights were still behind us, unwavering, and the fog was now so thick I could barely see 20 feet ahead. And something about his fear felt contagious, working its way under my skin. "What is it?" I finally asked. "I don't know exactly," John said. "Something that hunts on this highway, something that takes people. It's been after me for I don't know how long anymore. Time works differently when it's chasing you." The rational part of my brain screamed that this was nonsense, that I'd picked up some mentally ill drifter who was having a paranoid episode. But another part, a more primitive part, believed every word. "We need to get off this highway," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. John shook his head violently. "No exits. They don't lead anywhere real anymore. Not with it this close." As if responding to his words, the vehicle behind us suddenly accelerated, closing the distance between us. I could now make out the outline of what looked like an old pickup truck, though the fog made details impossible to see. Its headlights weren't normal. They had a bluish tint that hurt my eyes. "Faster," John urged. "You need to go faster." I pressed the accelerator, pushing my rig to 70, then 75. Dangerous as hell in that fog, but somehow more dangerous to let whatever was behind us catch up. The next few miles were the most terrifying of my life. The fog would occasionally thin just enough to reveal that we were still on Highway 51, but nothing looked familiar anymore. The road signs were unreadable, smeared as if they'd melted in the rain. The few landmarks I could make out, a barn, a cluster of trees, a billboard, seemed to repeat themselves, like we were driving in some kind of loop. And all the while, those blue-tinted headlights stayed right behind us, sometimes falling back a bit, sometimes getting close enough that I was sure they were about to ram us. "There!" John suddenly shouted, pointing to the right. "Turn there." I glimpsed what looked like a dirt road cutting through the fields. Acting on instinct rather than reason, I yanked the wheel hard. My truck shuddered as we left the pavement, the load shifting dangerously behind us. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes that threatened to snap an axle, but I kept going. "Half a mile up," John said, his voice steadier now. "There's a place we can hide." "Hide? In an 18-wheeler?" I asked incredulously. "Just trust me," he said. "Please." I'd already gone too far to turn back. The fog was thinner here, and I could make out fields on either side, the corn stalks long since harvested, nothing but stubble remaining. And then, looming out of the darkness ahead, I saw a structure. It was an old farmhouse, or what remained of one. 2 stories, with a sagging porch and boarded-up windows. Behind it stood a large barn, its doors hanging crookedly from rusted hinges. "The barn," John directed. "Get the truck inside." Somehow, I maneuvered my rig through the narrow doorway. The inside of the barn was cavernous and empty, the air thick with dust and the smell of rotting hay. As soon as we were in, John jumped out and pulled the doors shut behind us, dropping a rusted bar into place. I cut the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key out of the ignition. "What now?" I asked. "We wait," John said, his voice echoing in the empty barn. It might not have seen where we turned off. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but there was no signal, not even an emergency line. I tried the truck's CB radio with the same result, nothing but static. "That won't work," John said. "Nothing works right on Highway 51 after dark. Not phones, not radios, nothing that could bring help." "How do you know all this?" I demanded. John sighed and leaned against one of the barn's support posts. In the dim light from my truck's interior, he looked even worse than before, almost translucent, like I could see through him if I tried hard enough. "Because I've been running from it for a long time," he said. "I was a trucker too once. I picked up a hitchhiker on Highway 51, just like you did with me. Only that hitchhiker wasn't human. I realized too late. Ever since then, it's been hunting me. Sometimes I get away for a while, manage to hitch a ride with someone else, try to warn them, but it always finds me again." My blood ran cold. "What are you saying? That you're—" He gave me a sad smile. "I don't know what I am anymore. Not fully alive, that's for sure. But not whatever that thing out there is either. I'm just caught in between." Before I could respond, a scratching sound came from the barn doors. Soft at first, then louder, more insistent. John froze, his eyes wide with terror. "It found us," he whispered. The scratching turned to pounding, the entire barn shaking with each impact. Dust and splinters rained down from the rafters. I scrambled back into my truck, as if its familiar confines could protect me. John remained where he was, watching the doors with a resigned expression. "The house," he said suddenly. "There might be a way out through the house. Come on." He ran toward a door at the back of the barn. I hesitated, then followed him, leaving the relative safety of my truck behind. The door led to a covered walkway connecting the barn to the back of the farmhouse. We hurried through it as the pounding at the barn doors grew louder, the wood beginning to splinter. The inside of the farmhouse was cold and damp, the air thick with mold and decay. But what stopped me in my tracks were the walls. Every inch of wallpaper was covered with photographs. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all showing men with the same haunted expression. Truckers, from the look of their clothes. Some photos seemed decades old, yellow and faded. Others looked recent. "What is this place?" I whispered. John was moving from room to room, looking for something. "A trap," he said. "Always has been. But sometimes traps have back doors." The entire house shook suddenly, and I knew the thing had broken through the barn doors. It would find my truck, and then it would come for us. "Here!" John called from what must have once been the kitchen. He was pushing at a section of the wall that seemed to give way slightly. "Help me!" I rushed over and put my shoulder against the wall. Together we pushed until something cracked and a narrow opening appeared, revealing stairs leading down into darkness. "Go," John urged. "Quickly." I hesitated. "What about you?" He gave me that sad smile again. "I told you it wants me, has for a long time. Maybe if I stay, you can get away." Before I could argue, a thunderous crash came from the direction of the barn. The thing was inside the house now. "Go!" John shouted, shoving me toward the opening. I stumbled down the stairs, the darkness swallowing me. Behind me, I heard John scream, a sound of pure terror that cut off abruptly. The stairs seemed to go down forever. I kept one hand on the wall to guide me, the other held out in front of me to avoid running into anything. The air grew colder the further I descended, until my breath came out in visible puffs. And then, suddenly, there were no more stairs. My foot came down on level ground, and the quality of the darkness changed. I could sense open space around me and a faint light source somewhere ahead. I moved toward it cautiously. As I got closer, I realized it was daylight, real daylight, filtering down from above. And then I was looking up at the sky through what appeared to be a storm drain. With strength born of desperation, I climbed up, pushing aside the grate at the top, and found myself standing on the shoulder of Highway 51, the morning sun just beginning to rise. My truck was parked nearby, exactly as I'd left it, down to the mud splashed on the fenders. The passenger door was closed, the seat empty. No sign of John. I climbed into the cab, my hands still shaking. The keys were in the ignition. The radio came on as I started the engine, the same country station, playing as if nothing had happened. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the highway, heading north. As I accelerated, I glanced in my rearview mirror. A figure stood on the shoulder where I'd emerged, watching my truck drive away. Not John, something else. Something with a shape that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I pressed the accelerator to the floor and didn't look back again. That was 3 weeks ago. I completed my delivery to Montana as if nothing had happened, though the client mentioned I looked like hell. I haven't driven Highway 51 since, and I've requested routes that avoid it entirely. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, a hallucination from too many hours on the road, too little sleep. But then I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, just at the edge of visibility. Blue-tinted headlights that disappear when I look directly at them. And sometimes, when I pick up the CB radio, beneath the chatter of other truckers, I hear John's voice, faint but clear. "Don't look back, just keep driving." Story 14. I never thought I'd be posting something like this. I've always considered myself a rational person, someone who needs evidence before believing in anything. Ghosts, aliens, cryptids, I've rolled my eyes at all that stuff my entire life. Science has explanations for most phenomena, and the rest is just waiting to be explained, right? Well, something happened to me 3 weeks ago that I still can't explain, and it's completely shattered my worldview. I was driving back to Austin after visiting my brother in Houston for the weekend. It was supposed to be a straightforward 4-hour drive on the interstate, but my GPS alerted me to major construction and suggested a detour. Highway 281 would add about 40 minutes to my trip, but it beat sitting in standstill traffic for who knows how long. It was already late when I left, around 11 at night, and by the time I reached the detour, it was pushing 2 in the morning. I wasn't too concerned about the time. I'm a bit of a night owl anyway, and I had a thermos of coffee to keep me company. Highway 281 quickly turned from a decent-sized road into this narrow, winding two-lane stretch, cutting through what felt like endless farmland and dense forest patches. No streetlights at all. The darkness was absolute, except for my headlights carving a tunnel through it. No moon that night either, just pitch black. About 30 minutes into this stretch, I started feeling off. It's hard to describe exactly, but it was like that feeling when you think someone's staring at you from across a room. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I got this pressure at the back of my neck. I remember checking my rearview mirror repeatedly, convinced someone was in my back seat, even though I knew that was impossible. I tried turning on the radio for some company, but all I got was static. Not surprising on a back road like that, but still unsettling when you're completely alone at that hour. I reached for my phone to call my girlfriend, just to hear another voice, but there was no signal. Again, not unusual for rural Texas, but the timing couldn't have been worse. That's when I saw the first figure. It was just standing there on the side of the road, maybe 10 feet from the shoulder. A dark silhouette, hunched over slightly. I only caught a glimpse as my headlights swept past it, but I remember thinking it was weird for someone to be out there at that hour. There were no houses nearby, no parked cars, nothing. Just this figure, standing motionless in the darkness. I sped up a bit, not out of fear, I told myself, but just because I wanted to make good time. When I checked my rearview mirror, the figure was gone, like completely vanished. There was nowhere it could have gone that quickly, no trees to hide behind, no ditch to duck into, just flat terrain for several yards in each direction. I brushed it off as my tired mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a weirdly shaped tree or a deer, but I couldn't shake that crawling sensation on the back of my neck. About 5 minutes later, my headlights flickered. Just for a second, but when you're on a road that dark, a second of blindness feels like an eternity. They came back on immediately, and I checked all my dashboard lights to make sure everything was working properly. My car is only 3 years old and has never had electrical issues. The lights flickered again, longer this time, maybe 2 or 3 seconds of complete darkness, and when they came back on, I nearly drove off the road. The same figure was standing in the middle of the highway, directly in my path. I slammed on my brakes, tires screeching against the asphalt. My car fishtailed slightly before coming to a stop, about 15 feet from whatever it was. It didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't react at all to a 2-ton vehicle barreling toward it and screeching to a halt. In the harsh glare of my headlights, I still couldn't make out any details. It was just a black silhouette, human-shaped, but somehow wrong. The proportions weren't quite right. Its arms seemed too long, hanging down past where knees should be. I honked my horn, thinking maybe it was some drunk person who had wandered onto the road. The sound blared through the silence, echoing slightly in the empty countryside. That's when it moved, but not like a person moves. It didn't walk or run. It seemed to glide toward my car without taking steps. One moment it was 20 feet away, the next it was 10 feet away, but I never saw the actual movement in between. It was like watching a video with frames missing. I threw my car into reverse, backed up about 30 feet, then swerved around where the figure had been, accelerating hard. As I passed where it had stood, the temperature in my car dropped dramatically. My breath fogged in front of my face, and the windows started to frost over. In Texas, in early September. I kept driving, pushing well over the speed limit, checking my mirrors constantly. Nothing followed me, at least nothing I could see. After a few minutes, I started to calm down, telling myself I was exhausted and my mind was playing tricks on me. The temperature in the car returned to normal. That's when I saw the broken down car on the side of the road. A woman was standing beside it, frantically waving her arms to flag down help. Her car's hazard lights were blinking, casting an eerie red glow on the surrounding area. Under normal circumstances, I would have stopped to help without hesitation, but after what I'd just experienced, I slowed down instead, approaching cautiously. As I got closer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Standing behind her, partially hidden in the shadows beyond, her car's hazard lights was the same figure I'd seen before. She seemed completely unaware of its presence, continuing to wave desperately at my approaching car. I sped up, driving past her without stopping. I know how awful that sounds, but I was genuinely terrified. Not just for myself, but for her too. In my rearview mirror, I saw her throw up her hands in frustration as I passed. I still feel guilty about it, but what could I have done? Would she have even believed me if I'd tried to warn her? About 10 minutes later, I spotted a gas station just off the highway. One of those old, run-down places with a single pump and a small convenience store. The lights were on, which seemed like a miracle after driving through so much darkness. I pulled in, desperate for some human contact and maybe some directions to get back to the main interstate. The clerk was an older man, maybe in his 60s, with leathery skin and deep wrinkles around his eyes. When I walked in, he barely looked up from his crossword puzzle. I bought a coffee I didn't need just to have an excuse to talk to him. "Rough night?" he asked, noting my shaky hands as I paid. I hesitated, then told him what I'd seen on the highway. I expected him to laugh or look at me like I was crazy, but he just nodded slowly, like he was confirming something he already knew. "People see things on that stretch," he said, his voice matter of fact. "Especially after midnight. Ghosts, or something like them. Been happening for decades." "I don't believe in ghosts," I said automatically, though my experience had already begun to erode that certainty. He shrugged. "Don't matter what you believe in. They believe in you." He wouldn't elaborate further, just gave me directions to get back to the interstate, a route that would add another hour to my drive, but would take me away from Highway 281. I thanked him and left, the bell above the door jingling with unsettling cheerfulness as I stepped back into the night. I decided to follow his directions. The thought of continuing on that highway filled me with dread. I got back in my car, locked the doors, and pulled out of the gas station parking lot. The new route took me down an even smaller road for about 10 miles before it would connect with a larger highway that would eventually lead back to the interstate. I'd gone maybe 5 miles when my headlights started flickering again. "No, no, no," I remember saying out loud, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The lights stabilized, but my relief was short-lived. There it was again, standing in the middle of the road. But this time, it was closer before I even had time to brake. Close enough that, for the first time, I could make out details in my headlights. It had a face, or something like a face. Where eyes should have been, there were just black, empty sockets, like holes punched into reality itself. But the worst part was its mouth, stretched impossibly wide in what might have been a smile, revealing nothing but darkness inside. No teeth, no tongue, just void. I swerved hard to avoid it, nearly running off the road, my car fishtailed, tires struggling for grip on the asphalt. When I managed to straighten out, I floored it, pushing my car to speeds it was never designed to reach on a back road. In my rearview mirror, The figure just stood there, watching me flee. It didn't pursue, didn't need to. Somehow I knew it could find me whenever it wanted. The rest of the drive back to Austin is a blur. I stayed on main highways with plenty of other cars around. I kept all the lights on in my apartment that night and didn't sleep. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grotesque smile. It's been 3 weeks now. I've told a few friends, but they all react the same way, with concern about my mental state or jokes about me watching too many horror movies. I get it. I would have reacted the same way before that night. I've researched Highway 281 since then. There are scattered reports online of similar sightings going back decades. Most are dismissed as urban legends or the hallucinations of tired drivers. I would have dismissed them too once. I don't know what I encountered that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. What I do know is that I'll never drive that highway at night again. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still get that feeling of being watched. Like whatever was on that highway found something in me it liked. Like it followed me home. And I'm afraid that one night, I'll look in my rearview mirror and see it sitting in my back seat with that impossibly wide smile. Story 15. I've been driving trucks for over 25 years. I know every major highway, every decent truck stop, and every shortcut worth taking from California to Maine. I've handled blizzards in the Rockies, floods in Louisiana, and traffic jams that would make a saint curse. But what happened to me last month on Route 281 in Kansas? I still can't explain it. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me. I just need to get this off my chest. It was supposed to be a standard run, grain delivery to Oklahoma City. I'd made this trip dozens of times before, nothing special about it. I left Hastings, Nebraska around 2 in the afternoon, figuring I'd be in OKC by midnight if traffic cooperated. The drive was uneventful at first. Clear skies, decent temperature, hardly any traffic, just me, my rig, and the open road. Night fell quickly, and it was one of those moonless nights where the darkness feels thick, like you could reach out and grab a handful of it. My headlights cut through it well enough, but beyond their reach was nothing but pitch black. Around 11:30, my fuel gauge was getting low. I knew I needed to stop soon. I remember checking my GPS. Next town was about 30 miles ahead, but then I spotted a faint glow off to the right side of the highway. As I got closer, I could make out a flickering neon sign that read, "Last Chance Gas." Never seen this place before, which was weird considering how many times I'd driven this stretch. But when you need fuel, you need fuel. I pulled into the lot and noticed there was only one other vehicle there, another semi. Even in the dim light, I could tell it had seen better days. The trailer was rusted in places, and the whole rig was covered in a thick layer of dust or dirt. Looked like it hadn't moved in months. The windows were so filthy you couldn't see inside. I remember thinking it was strange that someone would just abandon a rig like that, even if it was in rough shape. The gas station itself was nothing special. One of those old-style places with just a couple of pumps and a small convenience store attached. The fluorescent lights inside flickered occasionally, giving the whole place an unsettling vibe. But again, when you need fuel, you don't exactly get picky. I filled up my tank first, then went inside to grab some coffee. The bell above the door jingled as I walked in, but the guy behind the counter barely looked up. He was staring at this ancient TV set in the corner that was showing nothing but static. I remember thinking that was odd, but figured maybe he was just bored out of his mind working the night shift in the middle of nowhere. "Evening," I said, heading for the coffee pot. No response. The coffee looked like it had been sitting there since breakfast, but I filled my thermos anyway. Caffeine is caffeine when you're trying to stay awake for another couple hours of driving. When I brought my stuff to the counter, the attendant finally looked at me. Something about his eyes bothered me. They were empty, like he was looking through me rather than at me. He rang me up without saying a word. I tried making small talk, asked how business was, commented on the weather, but he just stared. After he handed me my change, I couldn't get out of there fast enough. As I walked back to my truck, I glanced over at the abandoned rig again. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The driver's side door was open. I swear on my life it had been closed when I pulled in. I know because I specifically remember thinking how odd it was that someone would leave a truck in this condition just sitting there. But now the door was hanging open, swinging slightly in the breeze. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone was living in it. Maybe the attendant used it for storage. Hell, maybe the wind had blown it open, though there wasn't much of a breeze that night. Either way, it wasn't my problem. I climbed into my cab, started the engine, and got back on the road as quickly as I could. About 15 minutes later, my CB radio crackled to life. This wasn't unusual. Truckers talk to each other all the time on these long hauls. What was unusual was the voice that came through. "Where you headed, Robert?" It was barely more than a whisper, scratchy and distorted through the static, and it used my name. Now, I don't use my real name on the CB, never have. Safety precaution. I go by Bearcat on the radio, so hearing my actual name sent a chill down my spine. I picked up the handset. "Who's asking?" More static then. "You're not alone out here, Robert. You should know that. I've dealt with weirdos on the CB before. Usually kids who get their hands on a radio and think it's funny to mess with truckers. But this felt different. The voice sounded wrong somehow. And again, they knew my name. "Look, buddy, I don't know who you are or how you know my name, but knock it off," I said, trying to sound tougher than I felt. The radio went silent after that. I turned it off for good measure. Probably just some local weirdo who'd overheard my name at the gas station, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. About 10 minutes later, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. Another truck catching, up to me. I didn't think much of it at first. The highway wasn't exactly busy at this hour, but I wasn't the only one on the road. As it got closer, though, I could see it was gaining on me fast. Too fast, like they were in a hurry to catch up. The truck pulled into the left lane to pass me, and as it drew alongside, my heart nearly stopped. It was the abandoned rig from the gas station. Same rust spots on the trailer, same dirt-covered exterior. The dirt on the windows was so thick I couldn't see inside clearly. But as it passed, I caught a glimpse of the driver's seat. It was empty. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me after hours of driving. But when I looked again, there was definitely no one behind the wheel. And then, as the truck pulled ahead of me, I saw something that made my skin crawl. There was someone, or something, in the passenger seat. Just a dark silhouette, but it was turned toward me, watching me. I couldn't make out any features, just a black shape where a person's head and shoulders would be. The truck pulled in front of me and started to slow down. I immediately hit the brakes, not wanting to get any closer to it. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was someone controlling it remotely? Was I hallucinating from exhaustion? None of the explanations I came up with made any sense. I decided to pass it. I didn't want that thing in front of me where I couldn't see what it was doing. I moved into the left lane and accelerated. As I passed, I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead. not wanting to look over and see that shadow figure again. But I couldn't help myself. Just as I was pulling ahead, I glanced over. The passenger window was down now, and that dark shape was leaning toward me. Still couldn't make out any features, but I got the distinct impression it was smiling at me. I floored it, pushing my rig as fast as it would go. For a few minutes, I thought I'd gotten away. The mysterious truck fell behind, its headlights growing smaller in my mirrors. But then my engine started to sputter. The truck lurched, losing power rapidly. Warning lights flashed on my dashboard. Within seconds, my rig was coasting to a stop on the shoulder. This made no sense. I'd just had a full maintenance check the week before. Everything had been in perfect working order, and I'd just filled up, so it wasn't a fuel issue. I tried the ignition again, but the engine wouldn't turn over, just a clicking sound. That's when I saw those headlights again in my side mirror. The truck was coming up behind me, driving slowly now, as if it was in no hurry. It stopped about 50 yards back, headlights shining directly at my cab. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was in the middle of nowhere, Kansas, at midnight. I tried the CB radio again, hoping to reach someone, anyone, but all I got was static. And then, through the static, that same whispering voice, "Told you you weren't alone, Robert." I decided right then and there that I wasn't staying in my truck. Whatever was happening, I wanted no part of it. I grabbed my flashlight and wallet, then hopped out of the cab. The other truck was still sitting there, headlights on, engine idling. I couldn't see inside from where I stood, and I didn't want to. I started walking, no, running, down the highway, away from both trucks. The beam from my flashlight bounced wildly across the asphalt as I ran. I kept expecting to hear the sound of the other truck's engine revving, coming after me, but it never did. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, I saw lights up ahead. A small diner just off the highway, one of those 24-hour places that cater to truckers and other night owls. I burst through the door, sweating and out of breath. There were only a few customers inside, a couple of locals at the counter, and one other trucker in a booth. They all looked up at me like I was crazy, which, honestly, I probably looked it. The waitress, her name tag said Betty, asked if I was okay. I must have looked like hell because she immediately brought me a glass of water without waiting for an answer. I told her my truck had broken down a few miles back and asked if there was a mechanic nearby. She said there was one in town who could look at it first thing in the morning, but nothing would be open at this hour. I didn't tell her about the other truck or the voice on the CB. What would I have said? Oh, by the way, I'm being followed by a driverless truck with a shadow creature inside. She'd have called the cops, and they'd have assumed I was drunk or high. I spent the rest of the night in that diner, drinking coffee and jumping at every sound. When morning finally came, Betty's husband, who happened to be the local mechanic, drove me back to my truck. The other rig was gone, of course, no sign it had ever been there. The mechanic checked over my truck thoroughly, but couldn't find anything wrong with it. When he turned the key, it started right up. Might have been a loose connection somewhere, he suggested. Sometimes they fix themselves. I thanked him, paid him for his time, and got back on the road. I completed my delivery in Oklahoma City later that day, hours behind schedule, but alive. I didn't tell my dispatcher what happened, didn't tell anyone until now. It's been a month, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. I've looked for that last chance gas station several times since then, taking the same route through Kansas, but I've never found it again. It's like it never existed. I avoid Route 281 whenever possible now. When I can't avoid it, I make damn sure I'm through that stretch of Kansas before nightfall. And I never, ever drive with my CB radio on anymore. But sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I swear I can hear that whispering voice calling my name, even with the radio off. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw, and I know I'm never stopping at an unfamiliar truck stop in the middle of nowhere again, no matter how low my fuel gauge gets. Story 16. I still haven't been able to sleep properly since that night. It's been 3 weeks, and my parents are making me see a therapist twice a week, but I don't think anyone can help me process what happened. They all think I'm traumatized from the storm or making things up to cope with what happened to Max. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and I can still feel those things watching me. It started on a Friday evening about a month ago. My parents had plans to attend some charity gala in the next town over, which meant they wouldn't be back until around 2 in the morning. At 16, I was perfectly capable of watching my 10-year-old brother Max for the night. We'd done this routine dozens of times before without any issues. Our house isn't exactly welcoming on the best of days. It's this old Victorian monstrosity my dad inherited from his grandfather. 3 stories of creaking floorboards, drafty windows, and weird little nooks that make no architectural sense. My friends always joke that we live in a haunted house, and I usually laugh it off. Our address is even on Oakwood Lane in Shadowvale. Could it be any more cliché? But that night, I wasn't laughing about any of it. The forecast had called for some rain, but by 7 o'clock, it had turned into a full-blown storm. Wind howled around the eaves of the house, making that high-pitched whistling sound that always sets my teeth on edge. Rain lashed against the windows so hard I kept checking to make sure none had broken. The power was flickering, but holding, thankfully, because the thought of being in that house in complete darkness was not appealing. Max and I had eaten the pizza my parents left for us and were camped out in the living room watching movies on my laptop since the satellite dish was useless in storms like this. He'd been weirdly quiet all evening, but I figured he was just tired from school. Around 9:30, his eyes started drooping, so I sent him up to bed. "Can I stay down here with you?" he asked, and something in his voice made me pause. Max wasn't usually clingy or afraid of the dark. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked, closing my laptop. He glanced toward the window, where another flash of lightning illuminated the yard. "I don't know. The house feels weird tonight." I laughed it off. "It's just the storm. Go brush your teeth, and I'll come up to tuck you in a few minutes." He nodded reluctantly and trudged upstairs. I heard the bathroom sink running, then his bedroom door closing. After about 15 minutes, I went up to check on him. He was already fast asleep, curled up under his comforter with only the top of his head visible. I adjusted his blanket, made sure his nightlight was on, and closed his door part way, the way he liked it. Back downstairs, I settled onto the couch and resumed my movie. The storm was getting worse. At one point, a massive thunderclap shook the entire house, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. That's when my phone buzzed with a text message. "Unknown number. Is Max safe?" I stared at the message for several seconds, a chill running down my spine. Who would be texting me about my brother at 10:23 at night? I assumed it must be one of my parents, perhaps from someone else's phone since their battery died or something. Me. Yeah, he's asleep. Who is this? Unknown number. Are you sure he's in his bed? That's when the first real jolt of fear hit me. This didn't sound like either of my parents, and why would they ask twice? I tried calling the number, but it just rang and rang before going to a generic voicemail. "Unknown number. You should check on him. Right now. My hands were shaking as I got up from the couch, told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was probably just one of my friends playing a stupid prank. But my feet carried me upstairs anyway, faster than I intended. I pushed Max's door open wider and approached his bed. When I pulled back the covers, my heart stopped. There was nothing but bunched up pillows where Max should have been. "Max," I called out, my voice small against the howling wind outside. "Max, this isn't funny." I checked under the bed, in his closet, even in the bathroom, thinking maybe he'd gotten up to use it. Nothing. Panic was setting in now, real and overwhelming. I ran from room to room on the second floor, calling his name, growing more frantic with each empty space I found. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I told you he wasn't there. Me. Who are you? Where's my brother? Unknown number. Have you checked the attic? They like high places. They like to be closer to the storm. My blood turned to ice. The attic. We rarely went up there. It was mainly used for storage, filled with old furniture and boxes of family mementos. Max was afraid of it. He said it smelled like old people and secrets. There's no way he would go up there voluntarily, especially during a storm. But I had to check. I grabbed a flashlight from the hallway closet because the attic light had burned out months ago and no one had bothered to replace it. The pull-down ladder to the attic was at the end of the upstairs hallway. As I approached it, I noticed it was already lowered, the dark square opening like a mouth waiting to swallow me. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. Hurry, they're getting impatient. I wanted to run, to call the police, my parents, anyone. But what would I say? That my brother was missing and I was getting creepy texts? That I was too scared to check the attic? I had to find Max first. I had to make sure he was okay. The flashlight beam trembled as I climbed the ladder. The attic air was thick with dust and the musty smell of old books and forgotten things. Rain drummed relentlessly on the roof, only inches above my head. Thunder boomed, and the small round window at the far end lit up with lightning, casting strange, elongated shadows across the cluttered space. "Max," I called, sweeping the flashlight around. "Are you up here? You're scaring me." That's when I heard it. A small, muffled sound coming from the far corner, behind a stack of old trunks. I moved toward it, stumbling over boxes and discarded toys from our childhood. And there he was. Max was crouched in the corner, his back to me, facing the wall. Relief flooded through me. "Max, what are you doing up here? You nearly gave me a heart attack." I reached for his shoulder to turn him around. He was cold, so cold, through his pajamas. And when he turned to face me, I almost screamed. His eyes were open but vacant, like he was sleepwalking. But worse than that was his expression, or lack thereof. His face was completely blank, devoid of any recognition. "Max?" I whispered, my voice catching. "Max, it's me. It's Jenna." For several long seconds he just stared through me. Then slowly, his lips parted. "It's too late. They're here." His voice wasn't right. It was still Max's voice, but there was something else layered beneath it. Something deeper, older, with a strange echo that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Who's here?" "Max, you're scaring me. Let's go downstairs." I tried to grab his hand, but he pulled away. "They've been waiting for the storm." He tilted his head at an unnatural angle, his neck cracking with the movement. "They needed a door, and I opened it." As if on cue, the single bulb hanging from the center of the attic ceiling, the one that had been burned out for months, flickered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow for just a moment before exploding in a shower of glass and sparks. Darkness engulfed us, my flashlight the only source of light, until that too began to flicker and die, no matter how much I shook it or hit it against my palm, and then the whispers started. They came from every corner of the attic, from inside the walls, from the ceiling, from under the floorboards. Dozens, maybe hundreds of voices, all speaking at once in languages I didn't understand, overlapping and contradicting each other. Some sounded like children, others like the elderly, but all had that same unnatural quality that had infected Max's voice. In the strobing light of my dying flashlight, I saw movement all around us, not people, but shadows that seemed too solid, too deliberate in their movements. They weren't cast by anything. They were moving independently, growing larger, reaching toward us with elongated fingers. "Max, we need to go now." I grabbed his arm and yanked him to his feet, but he was like dead weight, unresponsive and limp. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. My flashlight gave one final sputter before going completely dark. In the pitch blackness, I felt something brush against my face, cold and damp, like wet paper. I screamed and stumbled backward, losing my grip on Max. Through sheer instinct, I found my way to the attic entrance and half climbed, half fell down the ladder. I slammed the attic door shut behind me, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "Max!" I screamed up at the closed door. Part of me wanted to go back for him, but raw terror kept my feet rooted to the spot. My phone. I needed to call for help. I fumbled it out of my pocket, but the screen was glitching wildly, displaying random symbols and fragments of text messages that I'd never received. When I tried to dial 911, the call connected, but instead of a dispatcher, those same whispers poured out of the speaker, so loud I dropped the phone in shock. The lights in the hallway began to flicker and dim, darkness spreading from the attic door like spilled ink. The temperature plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The whispers were seeping through the closed attic door now, filling the hallway. I ran downstairs, tripping on the last few steps and sprawling onto the entryway floor. The front door. I needed to get out, to find help. But as I reached for the handle, a small figure stepped out from the living room, blocking my path. Max stood there, but in the intermittent flashes of lightning from the windows, I could see that something was terribly wrong. His eyes were completely black now, not just the pupils, but the entire socket, as if someone had hollowed them out and filled them with oil. His skin was ashen, nearly translucent, blue veins visible beneath the surface, and he was smiling, a wide, unnatural grin that stretched too far across his face. "There's no escaping them, Jenna," he said, that horrible layered voice even more pronounced now. "They're already inside the house, inside me." He took a step toward me. "Inside you, too. You just don't know it yet." The darkness that had been spreading from the attic was pooling around his feet now, climbing up his legs like living smoke. I backed away, feeling the front door solid against my back. "What are you?" I whispered. "You're not my brother." He laughed, a sound so wrong coming from his mouth that it made my skin crawl. "I am Max, and I am them, and soon you'll be us too." The shadows surged forward, enveloping him completely before rushing toward me like a tidal wave. I screamed and clawed at the door behind me, finally managing to wrench it open. I stumbled out onto the porch, rain immediately soaking through my clothes, the wind nearly knocking me off my feet. I ran into the storm, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away from the house, from whatever had taken over my brother. I made it halfway down our long driveway when headlights cut through the darkness. My parents' car was pulling in, hours earlier than expected. They found me collapsed in the driveway, soaked to the bone and hysterical. When I tried to explain what happened, about the texts and Max and the shadows, they rushed into the house, calling for Max. And that's the part no one believes, because they found him safe in his bed, sound asleep, completely normal. The texts weren't on my phone anymore. The attic ladder was closed, the dust on it undisturbed. There was no evidence of anything I'd experienced. My parents think I had some kind of psychological break. The police checked my phone records. There were no texts from an unknown number that night. They've attributed my episode to stress, or possibly a reaction to something I ate or drank. But I know what I saw, and sometimes when no one else is around, I catch Max staring at me with this knowing look. His eyes are normal now, but sometimes, when the light hits them just right, I swear I can see something moving behind them, something dark and patient. And the whispers, they never really stopped. They're quieter now, just at the edge of my hearing, but they're there, especially at night, especially when I'm alone. Waiting, always waiting. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. No one believes me, and I'm starting to think that's exactly what they want. Because if no one believes me, no one will be prepared when they finally decide to come for us all. Story 17. I've been driving trucks for almost 19 years now. Boston to Seattle, Miami to Portland, Chicago to San Diego. You name a cross-country route, and I've probably driven it dozens of times. Night driving never bothered me. Actually, I preferred it. Less traffic, cooler temperatures, and a certain peace you can't find during daylight hours. That was before last October. Now, I avoid night driving whenever possible. I've changed my routes, turned down good-paying jobs, even taken financial hits just to avoid certain stretches of highway, especially Interstate 90. My dispatcher thinks I'm being ridiculous. My wife thinks I need therapy. Maybe they're both right, but they didn't see what I saw. It was supposed to be a standard haul, furniture shipment from a warehouse outside Boston to a distribution center near Seattle. Good money, straightforward route. I'd done it many times before. The weather forecast looked clear all the way through, which was a relief since October can get dicey through the northern states. I left Boston around noon, figuring I'd make it through New York and into Pennsylvania before I'd need to rest. Everything was normal that first day. Traffic was typical around Albany, and I pushed through until I hit a rest stop just past Erie. Slept in my cab as usual, had breakfast at the little diner there, and got back on the road by 7 the next morning. The second day went smoothly too. Crossed Ohio, clip of Indiana, into Illinois. Chicago traffic was a nightmare as always, but nothing out of the ordinary. By the time I hit Wisconsin, it was getting dark. I wasn't tired yet and decided to push on for a few more hours. That's when things started getting off. It was around 11 at night when my GPS froze. The screen showed me just east of La Crosse, Wisconsin, but I'd been driving for at least another 40 minutes. I tapped the screen, tried resetting it, but nothing worked. The position marker just stayed fixed in the same spot. Weird, but not alarming. Tech glitches happen all the time on the road. I switched on my CB radio to check if there were any traffic updates ahead. Instead of the usual trucker chatter, there was mostly static. I was about to turn it off when a voice broke through. "Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." The voice was male, sounded older, raspy. I figured it was probably meant for someone else, but something about the urgency in his tone made the hair on my arms stand up. I tried to respond, asking who he was talking to, but got nothing but static in return. I kept driving, trying to convince myself it was just some trucker messing around. The interstate was nearly empty by this point, just the occasional car and a few trucks spread out far ahead and behind me. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the reflective markers on the road and not much else. About 15 minutes later, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. Nothing unusual about that, except they seemed to be approaching fast, too fast for a truck. But it was a truck, a big rig gaining on me rapidly. The truck pulled into the left lane to pass me, which is when I got my first good look at it. It was an old model, probably from the 80s, with a faded red cab that had clearly seen better days. Parts of it were rusted, and there was a logo on the door I couldn't quite make out. As it drew level with my cab, I glanced over, expecting to see another driver. But the cab was empty. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. I even rubbed them and looked again. Still empty. No driver. But the truck was keeping perfect pace with mine, staying exactly level with my cab. My first thought was that the driver must be leaning over for something, maybe dropped his phone or was reaching for food. But as the seconds ticked by and the truck remained perfectly aligned with mine, that explanation made less and less sense. I slowed down slightly. The truck slowed too, maintaining its position next to me. I sped up. It matched my speed exactly. My heart was pounding now. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was some new self-driving tech being tested? But this was an ancient truck, not some Tesla prototype. Then, without warning, the truck swerved, not toward me, but away from me, off the road entirely. I braced for the sound of a crash, but none came. When I looked back to where it should have gone off the road, there was nothing there. No truck, no crash, no lights. It had simply vanished. By this point, my hands were shaking on the wheel. I needed to stop, to collect myself. Up ahead, I could see lights for what looked like a truck stop. I signaled, took the exit, and pulled in. The place looked run down. The neon sign advertising grill had the L's burnt out, and the gas price board was dark. Still, there were several trucks parked in the lot, so it had to be open. I parked near the entrance and sat in my cab for a minute, trying to calm down. I told myself I was tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I needed coffee, maybe some food, and definitely a bathroom break. The diner inside was dimly lit and eerily quiet. There were a few booths along the windows, most empty, and a counter with stools. A waitress stood behind the counter, wiping the same spot over and over with a rag. She looked up when I entered, and something about her expression made me uneasy. It wasn't welcoming or even neutral. She looked afraid. "Coffee, please," I said as I slid onto one of the stools. She poured it without a word, her hands noticeably trembling. When she set the cup down, she leaned in close. "You need to leave," she whispered. "Now." "What?" I asked, confused. "You shouldn't have stopped here," she said, her voice barely audible. "They know you're here now." Before I could ask what the hell she meant, the bell on the door jingled. The waitress straightened up immediately, her face going blank. I turned to see who had come in, but there was no one there, just the door slowly closing. That's when I noticed the man sitting in the corner booth. I could have sworn the booth was empty when I came in, but now there was definitely someone there. He was wearing a trucker cap pulled low and a jacket with a logo on the breast pocket. The same logo I'd glimpsed on the phantom truck that had pulled alongside me on the highway. He wasn't eating or drinking, just sitting perfectly still, staring at the table. "Who's that?" I asked the waitress, keeping my voice low. She didn't answer, just shook her head slightly and moved away, disappearing through a door into what I assumed was the kitchen. My coffee sat untouched as cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. The man still hadn't moved, hadn't even seemed to breathe. Against my better judgment, I called out to him, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" No response. I should have left then. Everything in me was screaming to go. But instead, I stood up and took a few steps toward his booth, trying to get a better look at his face under the cap. That's when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then a third time before steadying again. In that brief moment of darkness, I thought I saw the man's head turn slightly toward me, though when the lights came back on, he was in the exact same position as before. I backed away, nearly knocking over my stool, and headed for the door. As I pushed it open, I glanced back one last time. The booth was empty again. Outside, the night air hit me like a slap. I gulped it down, trying to clear my head. That's when I really looked at the trucks parked in the lot for the first time. Every single one of them had the same logo as the Phantom truck and the man's jacket, a stylized MT inside a circle, and every one of them looked abandoned, not just parked, but forgotten. There was dust caked on windshields. Some had flat tires, others had small saplings growing up through the grille. These trucks hadn't been moved in years, yet they all looked perfectly positioned, neatly aligned in their spaces, as if they had just pulled in. No random angles, no signs they'd been towed there and forgotten. They were waiting. I practically ran back to my truck, fumbling with my keys. As I climbed into the cab, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing between two of the abandoned trucks, then another, closer to my rig. I fired up the engine, threw it into gear, and peeled out of that lot like the devil himself was on my tail. In my mirrors, I swear I saw headlights flicker to life in the parking lot. One pair, then another, then several more. I hit the interstate doing well over the speed limit, expecting to see those headlights appear in my mirrors at any moment. But after 10 minutes of white-knuckling it down the highway, checking my mirrors every few seconds, there was nothing behind me. I drove straight through until dawn, not daring to stop again until I was well into South Dakota and the sun was high in the sky. Even then, I only stopped for gas at a busy truck stop with plenty of people around. I completed the delivery in Seattle 2 days later, then immediately booked a flight home instead of taking another driving assignment. I told my company I was sick. After a week at home, I started driving again, but I refused to take I-90. I've told them I'll quit before I drive that route again. I've tried researching that truck stop, that logo, anything that might explain what I experienced. I found nothing concrete, but there are whispers among truckers about a company that went bankrupt in the late 80s after a series of fatal accidents. The rumors say the drivers were pushed too hard, forced to meet impossible deadlines. Many fell asleep at the wheel. Others simply disappeared. Some nights, when I'm driving and the highway stretches empty before me, I find myself looking at the trucks I pass with new eyes. Are they all what they seem? Or are some of them waiting, like those at the truck stop, for drivers who made the mistake of stopping when they shouldn't have? I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed any longer at that diner. I don't want to know. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my cab and the CB crackles with static, I think I hear that same raspy voice. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop. And I don't, not anymore. Story 18. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night 6 months ago. I've tried telling a few people, but they either think I'm exaggerating or just look at me with that pitying, poor Kate expression. I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just typing it into the void. I was 17 when my parents decided to take a weekend trip to celebrate their anniversary. My brother Josh, who's 19, was supposed to stay with me, but he got invited to some party at his friend Matt's place and bailed on me. "It's just one night, Kate. You'll be fine," he said. I was actually kind of excited about having the house to myself. No parents, no annoying brother, just me, some Netflix, and the leftover lasagna Mom had made. Our house is in Oak Ridge, one of those cookie-cutter suburban neighborhoods where all the houses look pretty much the same. 2 stories, nice front yard, detached garage. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice. We'd lived there since I was 10, and I knew every creaky floorboard and sticky door handle. The forecast had mentioned rain, but what started around 7 that evening was more like someone dumping oceans from the sky. The wind picked up too, howling around the corners of the house and making the windows rattle. I actually liked it, felt cozy being inside while the storm raged. I heated up my lasagna, grabbed a soda, and settled on the couch to binge some shows. I was halfway through my 2nd episode when the lights flickered once, twice, and then everything went dark. The TV died mid-sentence, and suddenly, the only sounds were the rain hammering against the roof and windows and my own breathing. Perfect, I muttered to myself. I sat there for a minute, waiting to see if the power would come back on its own. When it didn't, I used my phone's flashlight to make my way to the kitchen where we kept emergency supplies. That's when I first felt it, that weird sensation of being watched. I glanced toward the sliding glass door that leads to our backyard. Through the rain-streaked glass, I thought I saw something. A darker shadow among the shadows. A figure, maybe? Standing perfectly still, just watching. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. I stared at the spot, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. After a few seconds, whatever I thought I'd seen seemed to dissolve back into the darkness. Just my imagination, I told myself. The rain and darkness playing tricks on my eyes. I found a flashlight in the kitchen drawer, but it was old and the beam was weak, barely cutting through the darkness. Still, it was better than nothing. I figured I should check the circuit breaker in the basement. The power goes out during storms sometimes, but usually it's just a tripped breaker. Our basement isn't finished, just concrete floors, exposed beams, and random junk my parents have collected over the years. We use it for storage mostly, and the laundry room is down there. I've never liked it. Even during the day, it feels cold and damp, with shadows that seem to move when you're not looking directly at them. I hesitated at the basement door, flashlight in hand. Something felt wrong, like my body was trying to warn me not to go down there. But that was stupid. It was just our basement. I'd been down there hundreds of times. "Don't be a baby," I whispered to myself, and opened the door. The beam from my flashlight barely made a dent in the darkness as I carefully made my way down the stairs, one hand on the railing. Each step creaked under my weight, the sound seeming unnaturally loud in the silence. The air felt different down there, heavier somehow, and colder than usual. I reached the bottom of the stairs and swept my flashlight around. Everything looked normal. Boxes stacked against walls, the washing machine and dryer, Dad's workbench in the corner. The circuit breaker panel was on the far wall. I started walking toward it, weaving between boxes. My flashlight beam caught something on the floor, a wet footprint that wasn't mine. My stomach dropped, but I told myself it must be old, maybe from Josh doing laundry earlier. I made it to the breaker panel and opened it. As I was checking the switches, my flashlight started to flicker. "No, no, no," I muttered, hitting it against my palm. The light steadied for a moment, then went out completely. In that instant of total darkness, I became aware of breathing that wasn't my own. Close, too close. Before I could move or scream, something cold grabbed my wrist. Not just cold, ice cold, like touching a dead thing. I tried to jerk away, but the grip tightened. A voice whispered right next to my ear, so close I could feel breath on my skin. "Don't be afraid. I've been waiting for you." The voice was soft, but wrong somehow, like someone trying to sound human, but not quite getting it right. It sent electric jolts of terror through my entire body. Pure instinct took over. I yanked my arm back with all my strength and felt the grip break. I stumbled backward, hit something hard, probably the washing machine, and then I was running, blindly, in what I hoped was the direction of the stairs. My hips slammed into a box, knocking it over. I heard things crashing behind me, but I didn't stop. My hands found the railing, and I practically threw myself up the stairs, taking them 2, 3 at a time. I slammed the basement door behind me and leaned against it, gasping for breath, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. That's when I heard footsteps upstairs. I froze, not even daring to breathe. Someone was in my house. In the darkness, with the storm still raging outside, someone was walking around upstairs. I was trapped between whatever was in the basement and whoever was upstairs. My phone was still in my hand somehow. I should call the police, I thought, but my fingers wouldn't work properly. And what if they heard me talking? Then a voice called out, "Kate, you home?" "Josh." It was Josh's voice. Relief flooded through me, so intense I almost collapsed. "Josh," I screamed, running toward the stairs leading up. "Josh, there's someone in the basement." I met him at the top of the stairs, nearly knocking him over as I threw myself at him. "Whoa, what's going on?" he asked, steadying me. I could smell beer on him. "There's someone in the basement," I repeated, my voice breaking. "They grabbed me. They spoke to me." Josh pushed me behind him and grabbed a baseball bat from his room. "Stay here," he said, but I clutched his arm. "No, don't go down there, please. We need to get out of the house." He must have heard the terror in my voice because he didn't argue. "Okay, let's go to Mrs. Henderson's. She's right across the street." As we were about to head downstairs to the front door, we both heard it, the basement door creaking open. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming up from the basement. "Fuck this," Josh whispered and pulled me toward his room. We went out his window onto the garage roof, then jumped down into the side yard. The rain soaked us instantly as we ran across the street to Mrs. Henderson's house. The elderly woman was surprised to see us dripping on her doorstep, but she let us in immediately. Josh quickly explained there might be an intruder in our house, and she called the police while I stood shivering, both from cold and fear. We watched our house from Mrs. Henderson's front window, and that's when I saw it. A light came on in my bedroom window. Not a flashlight, but my actual bedroom light, which meant whoever was in there had figured out how to restore power. A silhouette moved across my window, just for a second, but unmistakably the shape of a person. When the police arrived about 10 minutes later, they searched our house thoroughly. They found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints except ours, no evidence anyone had been there at all. The storm probably caused the power outage, one officer told us. As for what you experienced in the basement, sometimes our minds play tricks on us in the dark. I wanted to scream at him that I hadn't imagined a whispered voice or the grip on my wrist, but I could see in his eyes he'd already written me off as a hysterical teenager. They let us back into our house after the search. Josh insisted on staying with me instead of going back to his friend's place. I was too scared to sleep, so we stayed up watching movies with all the lights on. The next morning, I went down to the basement with Josh. I needed to prove to myself, and to him, I think, that I hadn't imagined everything. In the daylight, the basement looked ordinary. No mysterious footprints, nothing out of place except the box I'd knocked over while escaping. but something kept drawing my eyes to the far corner of the basement, behind some old shelving units. I walked over and moved a shelf aside. There was a door, a small, narrow door built into the wall, painted the same color as the concrete so it blended in perfectly. I'd never noticed it before in all my years of living in that house. "Josh," I called, my voice barely above a whisper. "Did you know this was here?" He came over, looking as confused as I felt. "No. What the hell?" Together, we opened it. It led to a narrow passage, not much wider than my shoulders. The air that came out was stale and damp. Josh went back upstairs and grabbed a better flashlight. When he came back, he insisted on going first. The passage extended about 20 feet before opening into a small room, if you could call it that. It was more like a den, about 8 feet square, and it had been used recently. There was a thin mattress on the floor with a blanket and pillow, a battery-powered lantern, some food wrappers, a few books stacked neatly in the corner, and most disturbing of all, a small shelf with various items that I recognized as mine. A hairbrush with my hair still in it, a charm bracelet I thought I'd lost months ago, even a school photo of me from last year. Whoever had been living down there had been watching me. For how long I couldn't say, but they knew me, had been collecting pieces of me. We called the police. Back, of course. They took it more seriously this time, dusting for fingerprints and taking photos. They said the space was probably an old bomb shelter or storage area from when the house was built in the 50s that had been forgotten about over time. But they never found whoever had been living there. The fingerprints didn't match any in their system. The food wrappers were wiped clean. It was like they were a ghost. We moved out the next week. My parents put the house up for sale, and we're staying with my aunt until we find a new place. I don't sleep much anymore. Every noise wakes me up. I keep thinking about that voice, those words. "Don't be afraid. I've been waiting for you." Waiting for what? I still don't know. And sometimes when I'm alone, I get that feeling again of being watched. Like whoever it was found me again. Like they're still waiting. The scariest part? I check under my bed every night now. And sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear the floor underneath is warm, as if someone had been lying there just moments before.